later, and I'm still saving some, is a bunch of music videos on the same set. So, and that also saves money. We don't need to rent a new thing. We're in the same place. We just go, okay, actors to the side, musicians to the front, same team, keep going. So that's kind of how to keep consistency. So I guess the main answer is finding ways to not have to make more stuff than you can make. You put so much into whatever art you're doing and however many singles you have, and hopefully you can find a way for that to be enough. The film festival route was just a different topic of discussion. You know, it's a big world. I feel like we all have fans somewhere. We just need enough time and exposure to find them. Maybe they're in this room, maybe they're in another room, maybe they're people who like sci-fi who just fell on your music, or who knows where they are. So it was more just about exploring as many avenues as possible, not necessarily betting on film instead of music. I hope that answers.
You have like the long form film and then multiple music videos that you release throughout the year, right? That's the plan. Cool.
Great. We've probably got time for one more question, but I think you'll stick around to chat to people if we don't get the chance to speak about your question now. Sorry, go on. Did you have one? Oh no, it wasn't you. Oh, it was. Yeah. I thought so. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, have you found a method of juggling all of these hats without burning yourself out? No is also an answer.
Yeah, I think so, because I think while juggling the hats, I'm always trying to find someone else to wear it. Like, I don't have this grand plan of doing it myself. I do understand it takes a team, and at any moment in time when I have one, I ask them what they want, how we connect, and how we can help each other. And when they're missing, I just do my best to fill in so that I don't burn out. But the goal is not to be like, I make everything.
Cool, thank you.
Cool. Where can we find you? What's your Instagram handle?
My Instagram handle is StimmyStim. That's the easiest place to find me. One thing I don't have on my team is social media, so it's pretty simple there. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for this. Oh wait, the time keeps going up. Okay, so we've got some more time for some more questions. Okay, I saw your hand first, and then we can come to this lovely lady. Sorry, the time was going down, and then it went up.
Hey, maybe this was already talked about in the beginning that I missed, but like, how does your film connect to your art, and do people who watch the film really connect to your art? So how does this translate? Because I could imagine it's very different from what you do music-wise, and it may be very different audiences. So did it translate well, is my question.
So far, I think we have room to go in that space, to be honest, right? Like, everything is a case study and a test. So every song in the film is ours. Even the background music is stems of songs. So when we needed something that was tension, we would just take a string line out of one of the songs. So we did as much as possible to source all of the sound from the album. That said, I haven't seen a direct correlation. In some of the screenings of the movie, what we've done is it's immediately followed by a concert, and there's a version of it where we do like lyric videos and stuff to introduce the film, and then the film plays. That's been the better way, you know, to just kind of aggressively be like, this connects, rather than leaving it up to people's decision, or understanding. But in the film festivals, you can't do that, which is not a problem. We're just hoping for happy accidents.
But would you say you've gained a lot of new fans doing this, taking this route, like that you got the attention you wanted to get with that?
So far, I think I've re-engaged a lot of people. There have been some new people, but the re-engagement which was one of my first ideas, actually worked. Meaning, I'm a musician, I DJ a lot, so if I knew if I said I have a song or I make an album, people were like, of course you do. But I found when they were like, hey, what are you up to now? What's your new song? What's your new concert? And I was like, I made a film. Everyone was like, so it definitely helped re-engage because I offered something new that had what they knew kind of stuck in it.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
maybe we have time for your question. The last one. You can start. Yeah.
I have also a few friends that are working in the film industry, and I'm a bit younger also, so I'm quite curious, maybe for some motivation for all these people that I work with that are kind of stressed about the algorithm needing to be everything now, and you release a song and you have to drop everything now. And so I'm curious about how long did it took you to be brave enough to produce something so big and to have enough people that would support you, people that you know in the industry that would also back you. Because I think that some artists just start and they're like, okay, let's just make a reel, whatever. But I found this like incredible and really, really impactful. It's not even my type of music that I consume, but I want to listen to it because I'm just so engaged with it. So I'm curious about how long did it took you to have like the guts to produce something so big and to like go out with it?
I would say the guts came slightly from necessity. So one of the things I did during COVID, I had to work at a label. I had the chance to work at a label full time, and sometimes I'm a consultant. So in that hat, while promoting other people, I was like, man, budgets, drop something now. Can you drop something now? Is that okay for you? So it was more necessity. I was like, I'm gonna finish making all the music, turn off music brain, and then go business, because I felt like if you try to do both at the same time, it slows down, which is why I think there's labels when you have two people. Sorry if it doesn't answer your question exactly, but I feel like if you know how to do that fast stuff, do it, because sometimes it performs just as well as this super produced stuff. But what I like about this is I feel like it gives me more time to use the same thing and not keep coming up with new ideas for what to post or make. I could just chop this up forever for a while.
Okay, well, thank you so much. This has been a lovely fireside chat / video screening. And once again, if you do want to talk to Ian, he'll stick around. So yeah, thank you so much. Another round of applause. We've run over time, so I'm going to run off the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ian and Kenny. This was really very inspiring. I couldn't imagine of a more inspiring kickoff of the Maschinenhaus stage. We will hand over into a 10 minutes break, and then we will dive into the future of ARing. Thank you so much. So, welcome back after our short break. Also, welcome back to all of our viewers via the stream. My name is Mia. That's my pleasure to guide you through today's program. For everyone who was here already at our big stage opening, we already dived into the topic of AI, and we discovered new ways of music promotion. Now we are finding out how AI is influencing A&Ring. Because in a more and more digital world, also the role of A&Ring is changing, and now we will discover how the future of A&Ring looks like, and also how we want this future to look like. And therefore, it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator of the up-and-coming panel talk here on stage. She is a music tech entrepreneur. She is a business development expert and an innovation strategist. Please welcome with me Agnes Chang. Yeah, just grab one of the mics.
So thank you for the introduction I hope now it's, oh yeah. Let's wait for the sound to get off. Okay, so do I have to repeat everything or did you get it so far? No. Okay, so thank you for having us here and welcome to this panel about A&R, of the future of A&R in times of AI. So there's a lot of AI and AR. I think it will be funny to talk you through. I'm not alone on this panel. I have some perfect and great experts on the stage as well, and I'm happy to introduce them a bit. So we are talking about AI and how AI is changing one of the most human parts of the music industry. It's the A&R. And I would love to take a glimpse into the future, but also to see how they work today. And obviously not to forget the human touch in the A&R and how AI can help us here to stay still humans and to stay with our gut feelings, but to see how it can support anyway. So on my this is the right side, is Kim. She's responsible for artist and product strategy at the indie label Grönland Records here in Germany. She combines expertise in artist development, creative strategy, and digital innovation. Welcome. Yeah, give a round of applause. Next to Kim is Yannick. Yannick is the founder of AIDA, a company combining AI and human scouting intelligence, right? Cool. And last but not least, I welcome Jason. Jason works in A&R at Island EMI label of Universal and bringing deep experience from the major perspective. So to get us started, I was wondering if you can answer me the question, when you think of A&R in 2030 or 2035, so what's the one thing you hope has changed for the better? Any ideas? Go up.
Hi everyone. So was the question 2035?
Yeah.
Where A&R
yeah.
can go? Well, I hope that there is a balance where, as an A&R, the human touch is not gone. So if there's an artist I come across and I think they're amazing, I should never allow data to be the indicator for me to sign an artist. So I would love to still believe in human touch and still believe in that gut instinct, but I also do know the value which data can provide, where it can help you know whether that artist is selling tickets, it can help you know whether that artist's social following is growing. So to answer your question, I hope in 10 years' time, there's the balance of data and gut instinct. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Kim, I think you agree, or do we have some different kind of thoughts? Take my one.
We can take this one.
Yeah. No. Now I'm on. Yay. I agree, and I have hope for that as well. And I also hope that we've found a solution on how to license music within the A&R, the AI. Yes. the making music production with AI, and to maybe also separate like the value of human-made music and the value that is now of the rising AI-based music compositions. So yeah, that would be a hope.
Cool. Yannick, from your point of view.
Complete different opinions.
I guess so, yeah.
No, of course not. I agree fully with both of you, completely. I think the human element in A&R is essential and has to be essential forever. I hope nobody will ever change it. But I think data is also very important, because there are some facts in the industry right now, some changes that have happened already or will happen, that I also see for in 10 years. I hope that especially every indie label, publisher, library, whatever, is kind of using data as well for the decision process, for information and everything that belongs in there. Because right now, for example, I think there's even a small competitive disadvantage for all the indies labels if we compare them to the rather bigger companies. But we'll dive in details. So I hope everyone will somehow use data for their advantages to balance the whole market as well.
Great, I love the perspective and the optimism you bring on the stage. So you do not fear of AI or say like, oh my God, I will lose my job. We will never do A&R in the same traditional way we did, because so 10 years ago, it was, A&R was, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was mainly based on personal relationships with artists, with managers, the gut feeling on the one side and being on the right place and the right time. And today we are seeing a shift somehow forward to use and integrating data analytics. We know all the tools, Chartmetric and blah, blah, blah. So you all use that, I guess, a little bit more than you did in the former time. And this kind of mix of intuition and technology is one question I'm curious about. How will we combine those both to find the balance you talked about? And so Jason, from your point of view, working at a major label, so to say, are teams now genuinely open to use AI insights into A&R? Or is it like, oh no, there's still a lot of skepticism when someone brings up like, but the algorithm says, the data says. Is there anything you can talk about? Is it okay to use it, or is like, oh no?
It's a really good question. To be honest with you, no one in my team uses AI in terms of making the music. To be honest with you, I think it's so important that I don't do that, because I've got a lot of purity when it comes to music making. I love the thought that an artist or a creative or a producer can make music by using their own imagination rather than stealing from other parts of music. So in terms of AI, like, the furthest I've ever used it with AI with my job has been ChatGPT, and that has just been on questions. Like, I've been working on an album for the past year now, and it's the first time I've worked on an album on my own, and I was trying to understand like the process of mixing an album, and I used ChatGPT for the first time, and it literally broke me down on how you process or make an album, and I was like, okay, this is actually quite cool, because it's now taught me what I need to do next on mixing this album. So that was the first time I kind of saw the value, and I'll be honest with you, like the coolness of AI, because literally it presented everything for me. I was able to go to the studio, help the artist out, and know what I need to do. But when it comes to like making music and AI being used, that is something which I do disagree. And I talk to a lot of my colleagues, and a lot of us don't really want to be using AI when it comes to making music. Yeah.
But is there any other way then, instead of making music with AI, do you use any AI tools to predict or to find artists? Is there any tools you already use?
Yeah, so like data tools, I do use that quite a lot, and that is basically forming my decision making on whether I should sign that artist, right? And you know, with my job as an A&R, you're coming across thousands of artists every day, right? And you want to make sure that you're picking the best, and you want to make sure that you're picking artists not only they're talented and they're amazing, but at the same time, like, you see there's an infrastructure being in place. So like, you're seeing people are going to their shows and buying their merch, buying their tickets. You're seeing their social media growing. Like, they're the right tools I use in order to make the right decision of signing an artist.
So Kim, is that what you're seeing too in your work? It's the same, or is it completely different?
I feel right now we are still pretty early on. So even though it sometimes feels like we are very deep into AI already, it's still the beginning, really. So my daily business hasn't changed too much yet, right? But I do see, like, I'm with Grönland Records, we are working with Believe Digital as our distributor, and there I see the data. You know, we look into 2 songs, how is our catalog performing, and I see this getting better, giving me like an understanding how to read these data easily on a daily basis, and you know, and use that to make a case maybe for catalog to go into repitches and stuff. So that's like, I assume it will get even better, but it's all this still early, I guess. And for scouting, the same. Like, I'm really, when I look for talent, it's very human-based. I'm talking with producers, with our network, recommendations from, you know, people we work with, but then, of course, I look into the art, the music, and maybe also look into Chartmetrics, or, you know, and see are there communities? What could we do with it? Where's the potential lying? So I guess it's still very early on, and that's kind of where I'm standing at the moment and looking at it, really.
Just jumping quickly. it's really interesting because when I talk to older A&Rs who worked in the business in the 1980s and 1990s, which people usually call it, the golden period due to like its economic status, they always say to me how lucky my generation is, where like in their generation they will have to go to every single venue across London or across the UK. They'll be driving through the M25 and they'll be spending hours and hours trying to find like the next big thing, right? And they say how lucky we are, where like we have got the tools where we could just, everything's kind of presented us there for us to know, okay, this artist is selling these amount of tickets, this artist has a social media following. So it is really interesting that like, we are living in a time where it is very data focused, but I think the whole purpose of this conversation is to know that there is a fine balance of gut instinct, human touch, but there are some tools which can be valuable and help okay, this is the artist I'd like to work with.
Yeah, I like that, but on the one side, I'm like, won't you miss go to concerts and travel around something? So this would be something I would miss, definitely, just sitting in front of my computer and just doing data analysis.
I love doing this stuff, by the way. I love going out. Like, even being here right now, I'm actually happy to fly out to Berlin. So I love doing those things. But it's interesting in terms of like the psychology of an A&R. It's so important that you have that work-life balance where back in the day, you go out 7 days a week trying to find where, like, it's nice, I can go out 2 or 3 times a week, but I've got a day where I can actually like focus on some data parts. Yeah.
So Kim, it's for you the same, that you say, okay, it helps me to structure my work somehow and not to do this overwork by visiting so many concerts and seeing so many artists?
Yes, it helps to focus, I guess. I would agree with that. Like, you don't have to hustle, or chase so much. You can maybe lean back on that end a little more. But what I was just thinking, when we touch on the elements of the A&Ring, I mean, I think this job can be very different, right? So we are now really in the scouting field, it feels. And when I look at how I am doing my job as an A&R at Grönland Records, I'm not, my focus is not scouting. It's not like I'm always only in for new talent. I'm very much working on catalog and building brands long term. And I think that's my skill, the communication and the long-term relationships with our artists that we do sign and scout. And but there are other A&Rs I very much appreciate working with the artist management I'm doing. And there's one, he's like really into the production field. Like, he's very good in he's within the studio. He has great knowledge of how music is made. So he can give such different advice to artists, and therefore also use AI different than I do. When I'm more leaned into what storytelling, what vision do we want to share with fans and communities. And so I think that's kind of important too, to see the fields of the A&Ring really, right?
Yeah, so agree.
Perfect. So Yannick, you're building an AI tool that think with scouts and not for them. So it's obviously the tool you're all looking for, I would guess. So please tell me, can you give us some concrete examples of your tool and how does it work, and where do you see is AI being used most in A&R?
Sure. I mean, it's kind of touching on what Kim just said. We need to look at the whole A&R schedule or perspective. It's so varying depending on where you look at. So we have the scouting part, we have the signing part, we have the complete artist development, up to writing songs with the artist together. So where can we really use AI in a useful way? And I'd say most of these parts of A&R are really human, feel, gut-driven, where AI is really hard to use or hard to help you in the process, especially when we talk about Gen AI, what you mentioned. I think it would be even wrong to use AI in this case, right? And use it on trained data of some other artists. But if we have a look at this first step, what you were just talking about, the scouting process, and of course it differs depending on what kind of company you are. Now for your record, I don't know, you have 15 artists or 20 artists roughly, right? So a really long time perspective with these artists.
Active, yes.
Active, yeah. So you rarely look for talent. Other labels, other publishers and so on, they look quite more frequently for talent in a way. And so I think there it's really important that we can use AI or data in general to support us. So maybe to give you a quick understanding of what we do at ADA, we help or we train individual AI agents for you as an individual talent scout. It works pretty simple. It's one question asking you what kind of artist are you looking for. Simple prompt field like ChatGPT if you want so, and you can say whatever you're looking for, like emerging female artists in the electronic sphere from Germany that are well suited for a chill day as a beach, and maybe they have on TikTok at least 5% growth in the last 30 days. You could put in whatever you kind of want, what's especially meeting your needs, your expectations, your vision of the company. We analyze your prompt and then are able to give you recommendations. One artist at a time, a complete artist profile. You can listen to the music, you see all the stats, you see how they evolved, when did they release, with whom, what, and so on. How do they present on social medias to their fans? So you get a complete artist profile, understand the artist basically. That's the human part again, right? We do a pre-selection and then the A&R comes in with all their feelings, guts, and evaluation actually of the artist. And all we ask you to do is kind of rate the artist. Thumbs up and down. Tinder, if you want so, a little bit with artists. And by this, we learn what you're actually looking for, what's important for you and what's not. And by this, over time, we can recommend better and better artists to you. So instead of scrolling TikTok every day, we now understand your scouting interest, your profile, and now are able to observe the market for you and recommend artists to you without you actually doing it manually every day. So I think that's kind of a way where you have a combination of data-driven, AI-driven, but also the human part in it. That's kind of mixing the advantages of both worlds together.
Sounds like the perfect solutions for everybody in A&R, right? So, but Jason, when you hear that, so what is your biggest concerns about using data tools or for A&R decisions? Are you like, okay, I'm confident to go, or do you think, okay, we will miss something, we miss something important? Is it diverse enough to have a look at it?
You know, that's a really good question. I'll be honest with you, I haven't got any concerns, and the reason why I haven't got any concerns because I've made sure that I've built myself as an A&R who believes in talent. That is the reason why I became an A&R, because I knew I wasn't talented enough to be an artist. So I said I'd rather work behind the scenes and support talent. So my A&R positioning has always been about like if I come across the next D'Angelo, and they've got what? 1,000 followers on Instagram, I couldn't care less. Like, if the voice is amazing, I'm gonna go work with that artist. I'll do everything I can to work with that artist. And it comes to once upon a time when you come across an amazing artist, it's so important as an A&R you don't dismiss it. So, you know, working in this data environment, I haven't really got any concerns with it because, you know, my positioning is all about signing great artists. However, I could always appreciate data and know the benefits it can present. And, you know, I've come across some artists who've had amazing data, and you hear the music and you're not blown away by it, and you're like, I know I don't like it, I know that person probably won't like it, but yeah, they've got great engagement on social media, but the music's not for me, so I'm not gonna waste my time and go and sign that artist. I'd rather work with an artist who I know I'm gonna work with you on this first album. The first album doesn't do well, no worries, we're gonna keep working together on the second album. The second album doesn't do well, don't matter, we'll work on the third album, and usually the third album is what works, and then everyone's like, oh, that artist is a genius, and then everyone pats you in the back saying you're A&R of the year. Like, A&R is such a process, it's like relationship building. Like, you know, the artists I work with, I'm like, we're in the trenches together. Like, we're gonna do everything we can to make this work. So I wanna work with an artist who I know, like, the relationship is there, the respect is there, and the most important thing is the talent. You're like, that talent can take me far. Like, that talent may not be recognized now, but it'll probably be recognized in the next 2 to 3, 4 years' time. Yeah.
But would you believe in AI predicting the success of an artist? So let's say it's not your tool, but let's say we have a tool.
No, that's a straight no. No? Sorry, that's a straight no, in my honest opinion. It's a straight no. That's for me.
Love that. Because I always think AI is a tool which can support in any ways to sort out the data we have all around, because we have such huge database, everybody with the artists, with songs, with all the social media stuff, you know, you all use Chatmetric, we know Soundcharts, Spotify for Artists, name it. There are a lot of data around, and it's difficult to go through and make the deep dive into the data and to understand the data at the end,
it
right?
all depends. It's like we've been saying right from the beginning, A&R and music is human, and it all depends on the artist. That artist today can have the biggest stats, they can be the biggest artist in the world, and maybe next year or 2 years later, they stop making music and they decide music's not for them anymore. So I always feel like music is the one place where you could be quiet today and you could be the next biggest thing in 5 to 6 years' time, which we're already seeing with Sabrina Carpenter, Lola Young, Olivia Dean. These are artists who've been signed 7, 8 years ago, which no one will remember, but now they are the next biggest artists of today. So I believe AI can't predict who's going to be the biggest star. It's the artists who will predict if they could be the biggest artist in the world.
So Kim, you are nodding, you agree, I guess, with what Jason was saying, right?
Kind of, yes. I think data can point you the way, or even through your recommendation tool. I think it can point you the way that there is potential, or there's like waves. And I think it's really comes to the A&R to make the decision if there is a cultural value worth investing in, and to build or to shape the music culture. I think that's really we really have to be aware of that as an A&R, that's our task to fill, and that can be helpful. It might be a threat also, like that maybe everyone is getting a little comfortable in their chairs and look into the same interface and use the same filters and therefore go for the same talent. And maybe then, if we think about it deeper, niches maybe get looked over. But I mean, there are also arguments against it. If you have AI-based recommendation media, that really helps us to actually see these small communities more. So yeah, I think it goes both ways, and we really have to see them both to act on it right.
May I just jump in? First of all, I agree, it's awful, but we're so aligned. So I would agree, you can't predict the success of artists, and that's why we don't do it. But when we come to the benefits of using data, I think there's a big one we should talk about, which is equality in the market. Because with all your processes which you have right now, which are human-based, so they're limited in a way, you can only scroll X hours TikTok a day, you can only talk to your network X hours a day, so it's somehow limited. You're in a bubble, in an information bubble, in a special way, kind of as a personal A&R. And by using data, you're simply able to break this information bubble. And by this, all artists are kind of able to be found. Before, you had to go into this information bubble, so you had to come up with any playlist that A&Rs actually scout or look at. You all know how tricky it is for an unknown artist to get on such a playlist without network. Getting into the network as an artist is extremely hard as well. So how can you ensure that there's a chance for you to be found as an artist? And I think data, or to use data as an A&R, might be one of the big answers, because everyone has the same chance to be found. When you're able to perform by yourself as an artist, and you get your stats kind of a bit going upwards, the data will pick it up, and maybe if it's fitting to the search profile of an A&R, they might recommend you, and they will have a look at you, although you're outside of the information bubble they have nowadays.
Yeah, that's the perfect bridge to my next question, because the question would be, does AI make the industry more diverse and inclusive, or less? It depends, of course, on the AI tool and how it's trained, which training data is behind the AI. But this is always a question, is AI really able to uncover, to show the unknown artist? Is this a tool where you think, okay, that would be really of help? Or is AI just a tool repeating what we already heard? Because AI is trained on already existing data and nothing new. So AI does not know what is new, what is coming next. So this would be then your personal identification, so to say, to see, okay, this is the music the future will listen to. Like you signed Sabrina Carpenter 8 years ago, and now she's like up to the sky, so to say. But what do you think? Is AI and the data helps you to make it more diverse, to look more behind the curtain and to crush at the end the filter bubbles around you?
100%. Today's generation, TikTok has enabled artists who could be from the most random place in the world. They get a post up on TikTok, the algorithm hits, everyone in the whole world knows who you are. So I do love the playing field, and it's enabled there to be no gatekeepers in the music business, where 20, 30 years ago, the music industry was run by gatekeepers. It was run by like that person knew that person, and that person was able to get a record deal. Where now you be an artist, no one knows who you are, and you can get a record deal by the algorithm literally benefiting you. I think the worry I have as an A&R is obviously there is a great excitement that there's loads of unknown gems and there's a lot of diversity being played with social media being at the forefront. However, a lot of artists I come across, they will make this music, put it on social media, blows up, and then they haven't got a team around them, they haven't got an infrastructure around them. So then when I am now reaching out to them, I have to be so cautious because I want to make them feel safe and make them know that, okay, I'm on my own here. I'm now talking to this record label. I've got this other record label trying to hit me up. Like, I want to feel comfortable talking to you. So the thing I always do first is when I talk to an artist who hasn't got a team around them, I always make sure, I say to them, are you trying to find a manager? Are you trying to find a lawyer? And if they haven't got these parts in place, I do my duty by introducing to them and making sure like they've got a team before they sign a record deal. So yeah, I think it's great that like the playing field's there and anyone can have a break. I think the only hard part of it is a lot of these artists haven't got an infrastructure behind them before they're about to jump in and do a record deal.
Yes, there are so many factors, I guess, regarding artists and how to build them up. So to say, the AI is like mostly based on data, and it takes over the KPI job, so to say. So it makes the data analysis for you. It's maybe the trend spotting, maybe you get artists to be supported and stuff like that. But how do you protect then the slow burn and more career building model in the times we have now, where is everything so fast with social media and stuff like that? Kim, do you have any insights for that?
Could you rephrase it? Sorry.
So yeah, it's like AI optimizes for quick stuff. So quick, find artists very quick, scroll through, save the time for TikTok scrolling, find it very quickly. But how to protect an artist who needs the time to be built up, to build their career, so to say. Does it make sense?
A little better now, yes. Actually, would like to connect it with your question before that, because I don't see that on the shoulders of the artists. I think the artists should really stick to their vision and their music, but I see that Spotify and the way they are supporting music really needs to change, and the way it is paid. You know, I mean, maybe AI could touch on that and have like maybe German, not German music, but musicians in Germany have like within the German market have like I don't know, some kind of advantage, you know, like a better like in playlists and what, you know, I'm not working with for Spotify, but they will hopefully come up with solutions on there. So it's actually supporting the culture a little more. I think that's really needed, because signing-wise, I mean, maybe not for Grönland Records, but I guess it just, for some labels, or it just makes sense to invest in what's working. And AI will point to that and make it probably even increase it. The same music is reproducing it within itself, because we can release so much more now. You know, it's just making sense if you want to make money with it, right? So I really think we have to balance on that, and it's really not on the shoulders of the artists. They should really should be able to work on their music, but and they should expect to be valued for it through these solutions we have to come up.
Agnes, you just asked about diversity, and maybe there's another perspective as well, because when I hear diversity in the music industry, I also think about the difference between indies and majors. And I think, I mean, it differs heavily between the majors and also between sub-majors and where they're from and so on. But generally, I think it's fair to say majors kind of take every bit of information out of data and use it for their advantage. On the indie side, they cannot acquire the data. It's pretty expensive. They cannot manage the data. You need big data, cloud, and all that stuff. And for sure, they cannot analyze the data like a team of data scientists at one of the majors could do. So there is just a structural competitive disadvantage for the indies in this market right now. So I think we should or need to use AI and data-driven approaches to kind of level the system again. And that would indirectly also benefit for all the indie artists, because who is signing them, who's developing them, scouting them? It's of course more the indie side than the majors. They pick single ones. So I think it's kind of important for all of us to use data more to compete with the bigger ones, kind of to say.
What is the point of view from the bigger ones, so to say?
Do you know what? That's a really good point, because I've been lucky that I've experienced both sides of the business, where I run an indie label myself, and you literally said it, like the indie label route is we will go out and find the unknown gems before the bigger fish come, right? And then the indie label would develop the artist, make that artist huge, and then the major label would dangle a lot of money and then end up taking the artist from the indie. And it's a shame it's a shame that historically we've always seen that within music, but it is great to see more than ever now, especially in the last 5 years, like indie labels, especially in the UK, they stood firm and tall and have said, no, we want to keep this artist, we want to work with this artist and develop them. And the artists are actually agreeing with the indie labels and say, yeah, like they found me first. I want to stay with them and be with them because they've developed me and they've took me to a place where now everyone wants to work with me. To go to your point, I do believe it's true. I believe like, a level playing field needs to be in place, and it's great more than ever that we're seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So AI can help democratize the music industry, maybe? Would be a good next panel topic, I guess, to discuss that if AI is able to do so. I love the idea somehow, because I see AI could crush filter bubbles. It could help you get out and find a more diverse artist pool and experience pool for yourself as well, that you never experienced before. So I love the idea of using AI in terms of this way, and not like, to be feared of AI and losing jobs and stuff like that. So speaking of fearing AI and jobs, what do you think, Jason, what skills do you think will matter most for A&R in the future when we're going forward? What would you say if someone's here in the audience say like, I want to start in A&R, what are the skills, what are the tools you need to know and to get comfortable with?
Like A&R is the most interesting job. I think it's a job which is based on you, right? Like all the A&Rs I work with, they got hired because of their personality and their people skills. And the most important thing is they love music. And I'm a massive lover of music. And to get into A&R, you just have to be passionate about music, And when I mean passionate, it's like you're with the artist 24/7. You're with them, developing the music, being at the studio with them, even getting to know about their lives. Like sometimes I'll be at the studio and me and my artists, we don't even talk about music, we just talk about like our relationships or family or life. You really have to like soak in, and Kim, you know it, like you have to really be with your artists and that's the whole beauty of A&R. You find yourself less in the office, but more in random places like the studio or even the house sometimes. But I think of today's generation, A&R, I believe it's still crucial. I don't think majority of us are scared of AI. I think the only thing we're worried about AI is just like the artists' livelihoods and the artists' music being taken and there not being enough like regulations in place. And I think that's what definitely needs to be worked on in the next couple of years for people to feel safe for where the music industry is going in the future.
Love that, totally. Kim, what's your point of view of like, what are the future skills you have to bring with you to work at Grönland Records in the A&Ring?
I always believed in working or to be able to work interdisciplinary, is it in English, right? Yes. And so that's what I've always been doing. I've been studying at the University of the Arts, and there in the strategic field and the communication. And when I started working in the music industry, for me, I always wanted to know how everything is connected. I want to know not only what I have to do in my field, but I want to know what the product management takes from there, or what the PR side really needs to understand the product. And I think that's very crucial now as well. Like through AI, processes can be connected in a way. So yeah, I think that would be my take, to really understand the field you're working in.
Cool. So, Yannick, the question would be for you as well, of course. What kind of skills, but also where will that gut feeling will it be sometimes irreplaceable? Or is it always like AI can come over and say, okay, I have the gut feeling now, I know how it works, and let's trust the AI completely 100%?
In terms of skills, I'd say your thumb is no longer that important because you no longer need to scroll TikTok all day. So maybe that's a bit relieving. And yeah, I hope it's kind of switching a bit more from this simple work, repetitive work to the real creative work, I'd say, that the A&R job is as well. I mean, it's creative. It's kind of an art as well, I'd say, to really pick up with the artist, developing and all that stuff. So I hope the focus is just shifting a bit. Beside that, the future, will AI ever take over? Like AI on autopilot? I just had a podcast about that. I hope not, and I don't see how, because, I mean, what is AI? It's a buzzword, but, I mean, we are training linear regressions and all that stuff, right? It's a prediction model, so getting feeling in it and the right evaluation of an artist with all these parameters which come in is definitely not possible nowadays. At least I wouldn't know how to do it, and I hope it's not tomorrow. So let's stay positive. It's not happening.
So there's no super AI coming up like we discussed before, and like it's
Ask
taking
Musk
all over.
about it, but I doubt it.
He could just probably go first to the Mars and then take over with a superpower AI. So yeah, we've been very structured through the session. Thank you so far. And I want to open up this for the moment and for the audience. Are there any questions around? And do we have a mic, or do we do not need any? Oh, she's coming up. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, let's. Great.
And there's also our swap card tool, in case you want to submit your questions online via our swap card tool. That's also a possibility, but...
Good that you mentioned that.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm more on the AI side myself, but I have so many questions, but let's...
Wow.
I just wanted to ask when, at least, I think it wasn't really mentioned how AI could help develop artists. So you talked about scouting, maybe signing, it's kind of more obvious. But what about developing an artist and how AI can actually, in your opinion, help in that process?
When you say developing, can it be...
Like the continuous process, like it can take years, but what is the A&R doing, and how does he really support that growth and looks for opportunities? And it seems like there is a good collaboration that can get there, and AI could help there.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Do you know what? I'm only going to just speak it through my experience as an A&R, right? That's the only way I can actually answer all of this. But I don't know what AI can do to develop, you know, because A&R and music, it's like I said, it's such a human form, and it all depends on the artist. The artist runs the ship of the music business. Like, if there's no artist, there's no music business, right? And the examples I can give of the artists I work with at my label, you know, they've made an album last year, or 2 years ago, sorry, took a massive break because of mental health issues, right? And they said to me, I'm not going to come back until I feel ready and I feel like focused to make new music. I'm so grateful that artist feels so good. He's happy to make new music again. And he's going to be the one who determines whether his album is successful. So, you know, the only thing I could use with AI is, example, he played a show in London. He played a venue called Hammersmith Apollo, which is a very big venue, sold 15,000 tickets. We allowed AI to help us know, okay, cool, what other venues could he do around that region which he could sell those amount of tickets. That was the value of AI, you know, it was information-based. But when it came to like the well-being of the artist, making the music, finding the producers, finding the writers, AI is not involved in that. That's just us in our brains, yeah.
I don't think I have too much to add to it. I really agree with what you've said, and maybe like to talk more basic about artist development. When I see artists as a brand we develop together, I like to do really artist branding workshops. You know, once in a while you check in and say, hey, how's your vision? Is it still lining up with the artists? And once you talk about it, you could also, I like to ask ChatGPT also to get perspectives. And, you know, it sounds silly, and it's not like we are going for what's you know, the answer. But sometimes I'm surprised, you know, what comes, like when I ask back within ChatGPT, how do you see it? Is this a potential? And sometimes it helps me to also like to focus on a narrative to discuss with artists. So that's definitely something I like to play around with, you know, to just be open and yeah.
Oh, thanks for the questions. Anyone else? There was someone behind? Yeah. Over there.
Yannick, because I was wondering if you speak to different labels, like pitching your company or your product, how do you feel their attitude towards AI is? Are they open? Do you think maybe they're a bit naive still about the topic?
It differs heavily. I mean, we have some that directly feel offended, to be honest, as well, because I think this Gen AI has such a negative influence on the whole music industry that it's hard for a lot of people to separate those two issues, that AI is always kind of creating music with his stolen data. And that has nothing to do with what we do. It's really, we train stuff on your own data, basically. You build your own training data set by rating artists, like TikTok and so on would do. So there is nothing in a way that's kind of related in any way to this Gen AI in a way. So therefore, I think there's quite some negative opinions about using AI at all in the music industry. Beside that, I think we have a lot of, or most are really positive because they would save a lot of work. The effort would be reduced heavily, and all these repeating jobs which you have to do in scouting, if you're a company that's regularly looking for fresh talent, is just easier and quicker in a way, and you have time to focus on other stuff.
Anybody else, or if you have some more, go for it. This is a chance to talk to all of them, so. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, so well, for my previous question, maybe I can ask you after. But also you mentioned about the playing field. I think I can combine two questions here because, yeah, so this KPI that are behind like both the scouting and the signing discussions maybe really put a lot of pressure on the artists. And you were mentioning like this pressure shouldn't be on the artists; they should be focusing on their vision. So how do you do that? Like, how would you level the playing field? You said AI should level the playing field, but it's very KPI driven. So how do you break that cycle of pressure on the artist to run after presence, online presence and everything, avoid the early burnout that you could have from it, and help to have real discovery while you really have a broad market?
Tricky one, and I'd say take off the whole pressure of the artist. Is it the right approach? I mean, of course, there shouldn't be pressure that makes you sick in a way or so. Completely get that, but after all, it's a competitive market between artists as well, and the ones that perform best, that make the best music, will hopefully success in a way as well. So I think it's kind of the nature of itself that there is a competition between artists, and those that somehow do great work get rewarded for it afterwards as well, are found in a way. But I think the chance to be discovered, that should be similar for everyone. So it's the equality on the first level of being discovered, not in the output, that everyone should be equally successful because they're differently good and yeah, probably perform differently.
Okay, sorry. Follow up, just because the point as I was trying to ask is that the successful by the algorithm standards is not the same as focusing and having talent on your vision, regarding your vision. So those two are not completely aligned. So how do you get to be value more the vision aspect and the focus on your act compared to optimizing your search engine results or TikTok trends and stuff like this?
You're getting more tricky. I'm not sure if I get it 100%. What I can tell you about KPIs in general maybe is that I think it's very important that you don't have any generalistic KPIs there after which you measure whether an artist is good or not. It should be always on the individual level again. And I think that's if we think about using AI in any way in the industry, it should be on the individual level. If you have any predictions for who are the next successful artists or the most promising ones, and you put out this one list to all companies, all of them jump on the same list, they're all not fitting in a way, and who will sign the artist? Probably the one with the biggest budget in a way, right? So again, we don't have a leveling field. So we need recommendations on the individual level that you can align your needs with the artist. One artist could be a perfect match for one company and no match at all for another one, because their visions, their company visions, their goals and needs are completely different. So you need AI that's kind of trained with your situation.
Can I jump in quickly? Like, I just look at it as this, right? AI is a great tool, like especially like within like the data tools, right? Like the chart metrics, the pseudotones, these AI tools. Best place to find an artist, right? If you like the music, it's my job to go out, meet the artist. If I have a great relationship and I love the artist's personality, I go my way and sign the artist, right? So the record label, is our job to make that artist successful, right? So I just look at AI as like it's information. I like the information, then it's my job to work on it and make that artist is successful. Do you know what I mean? That's how I look at it, yeah.
Oh, all set? Perfect. Oh, the last question, short and quick, please.
I was just wondering from the artist side, what would be the most efficient way to be visible to the AI for the scouting? Like if I'm an independent artist just starting out, what tools, what places are best picked up by AI so the scouting AI finds me?
So for me, I use tools like the chart metrics and pseudotone, and using those tools, it actually enables me to know like if the artist, like Instagram, has picked up a couple of followers within that week, or if that artist is now beginning to sell out 100 cap, 200 cap venue shows across London and the UK, or if an Instagram post has now got 20,000 views within a day. Like, they're like the kind of things which allows me to pick up things within AI and know, okay, cool, this is what the artist has done within this week. And then it's my job now to look at those artists, and if I love the music, I'll go my way and reach out. If I don't, I am more than happy to step back and let somebody else find that artist. Yeah.
Maybe to jump in, make sure you have all your data available, because there are so messed up profiles even on Spotify that you have tracks which don't really belong to you on your own account. And so you really should care that everything is cleaned and your information is present, that you have all your tags, your metadata available on Spotify for artists. You can even send or contact sound charts and Chartmetric and fill your data, that you have all your genres, subgenres available, that they know your gender. Even that is really important, especially when you're female, because there are a lot of labels and other companies out there that are looking for female artists. But if we don't have that tag, that information, that you're actually a woman, it's really hard to find you. So just make sure you have all your data up to date and available, and it's easier to be found. And the rest is auto, because when you're using Instagram, TikTok, and so on, it's all red, it's present.
That's all Instagram, TikTok, so how about SoundCloud and stuff like that?
Yeah, all of that. YouTube, everything.
Everything, okay,
yeah.
cool. Yeah.
So, perfect. Thank you, dear panelists, for this exclusive round. I loved our conversation very much. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause, please. So, thank you for being here and listen to. I think the panelists are still open for questions, and we have 15 seconds to run the stage. Let's go.
No, please stay. Also from my side, thank you very much. Thank you, Jason, Janne, Kimberly, and Agnes. I just also want to thank all of our viewers via the stream that you're still here. We are now heading into a 10 minutes break, and then we'll dive into the next topic, which is how to build up a multi-dimensional career within the music scene and beyond. So please stay here. I'm looking forward to seeing you again after our short break. Thank you so much. So, yeah, hi everyone. I'm just here to let you know that we have a 5 minutes delay right now because 2 of our upcoming speakers are still missing. So, I hope that you're having a good conversation. It's also about networking, as we know. So, maybe this is the opportunity to grab us, the one that is sitting next to us, and to start inspiring conversation of our own experiences of how we have been building up multidimensional careers within the music. But yeah, we will start now it's only 3 minutes, but we have this short delay also for our viewers via stream. So, thank you so much for your patience. We have like a little change for our upcoming program item because, yeah, the 2 speakers that were missing before, they are still missing. But don't worry, this conversation is going to be as good as you expected it because we are now dedicating ourselves to how we can build up a multi-dimensional career within music and beyond. And as you know, nowadays this is more important than ever. And I don't know if you've already been here at our very first program item when we streamed the film by a Stimulus. He is an electronic music artist, and he created, instead of creating like 2 or 3 videos for his film, for his album, he created a whole film, an award-winning film, using his music, his sounds for this film. And I think this was already like a very, very good and inspiring point how this can be possible. But yeah, he was also into booking, into curating everything that we are going to talk about right now. And we will explore how artists are transforming from single discipline performers into diverse creative entrepreneurs. And this discussion reveals how multidimensional careers are reshaping as well the future of music. And therefore, it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator of this round of talk. She operates at the crossroads of music and contemporary art in Berlin since 2022. She has been a resident DJ at Tresor. She's also one of the co-founders of Machines, the Music Lab, and she develops interdisciplinary projects that bridge sound space and social context. So please welcome with me here on stage Cecilia Tosch. And together with Cecilia, you will hear now a conversation with Kelly Krugman. She is a curator and a cultural worker, and she's working for Savvy Contemporary and for Savvy Czar Radio. So please welcome with me, Kelly. And one last point that is very important, we also plan to have an audience interaction with you. And as you know, we are also a digital conference. So there is this tool called Swapcard. And in case you didn't have downloaded it yet, please grab your phone and download the app, because yeah, there's the wish that we are navigating through the conversation afterwards via Swapcard. If not, it's just important that you use the microphone. Having that said, I wish you an inspiring conversation. Thank you so much.
Is it on? It's on.
Mine too?
Not yet. What number are you? Let's see.
Wait a second.
2.
Hello. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, welcome. Hello again. This conversation definitely looks a bit different now since it's 2 of us, but still I prepared some themes where I would like to dive in, and also really invite you to collect your questions or thoughts or whatever comes up, and send it to the chat or in the swap thing. And I actually wanted to start with a little deeper intro, let's say, and tell you a little bit why this topic came up from, for myself, because this is a question which is really kind of, with me since a longer time, or like, let's say, a topic. And so my background is kind of very diverse. I studied product design, and at the same time, I always was like a music lover. And after my study, I dived into DJing, but then also with 3 other collectives, we had an open air club at Warschauer Straße, Cura Berlin. We also had a record label for some time and an event series. So I was like diving into very different themes or realms in club culture, and also created an exhibition in public space at Cottbusser Tor. It was called Cotti Island, which was really about the neighborhood and about the urbanity, showing the people who were working and living there. And then also next to this exhibition, there was an album which came out on Treasure Records, so I also produced music. And so my field of interest is very wide, and I guess this is for most of us the case. And there's always maybe a certain route for a certain topic or a certain career which can be taken, and then it's easier to follow that route. But for me, in my case, this was always just for a certain time, and then I felt there's new opportunities or chances or interest coming up, so I always went with this flow. And yeah, nowadays I'm studying curation at UDK, and yeah, so my focus is on art and public space, and this is also how my interest to invite Kelly was coming. Kelly is also, I mean, in the beginning, she already mentioned it, you are a curator also at Savi Contemporary, which is an art space in Wedding, my hood, so we're neighbors. And for me, it's actually one of the spaces which is really on a curatorial level, one of the most, the biggest role model when it comes to curations and when it comes to your approaches on how to put events or exhibitions together, because I feel that in Savi, you really have so many different disciplines under one roof, and you never, for me, you never communicate that you understood it and you present it because you know how it goes. It's like publicly communicated that this is a lab, and I think this is very, for that you need a lot of courage. So I'm super happy to have you here with this background. And just also for the session here, so for, I had the goal for this session to really gather some inspiration from you now, and also from you. To be honest, I would even be also open if we feel in between that questions are coming up. Since this is a smaller round now, you can really, maybe we can check with the other moderator that the questions can be communicated already beforehand, so this is more an open conversation. Yeah, so gathering this inspiration, insights, and also maybe tools on how to actually implement some tools on how to put all these different interests or disciplines in one career, in one kind of, let's say, line, and make it work. And yes. So
should I jump in and
yes,
perhaps
please.
Maybe because Cecilia has very beautifully spoken about Savi Contemporary, I can give you all a background of what the space is, how we do what we do, my approach alongside many others, because we're an ensemble of around about 20. So again, a pleasure to be here. Savi Contemporary, we do have the subtitle, The Laboratory of Form Ideas, as Cecilia had mentioned. We are 15 years old. We're an arts, cultural, community space. And I think important to note is that the founder, Bonaventure Sobing Ndikung, he is now the director of Haus der Kulturen der Welt, that perhaps many of you know, a museum here in Berlin. He began as a biophysicist. So his PhD was in that realm of work. And it was 15 years ago that, with a state of urgency, an interest lifelong in art and in stories that need to be told that have had struggle from around the world, he and peers, collaborators also from various disciplines, took it upon themselves in a moment when the landscape in Berlin was predominantly for the arts in exhibition spaces. White, European, Western, unfortunately tokenizing of Black, Brown, Indigenous artists, where it might be like a panel, as we have heard of them before. Let's have a female voice in this, rather than really integrating from a global perspective what is a mirror of the world. What does the world truly look like? Who is included and who is excluded? So that is to say that it began as a space that was foregrounding African continent and diasporic artists, and then became a sanctuary space for artists, perspectives, cosmologies, stories from all around the world. And the name as well, Savvy, it comes from, many of you probably know what it means to be savvy, street savvy. It actually comes from Cameroonian pidgin, which departs more so from a language of the body. And at Savvy, what we do fundamentally is question what is given, question what we have been taught in social structures, from what level it is being shared in the sense of whose perspective, whose angle. When another example could be in the United States where I studied, I grew up constantly in early childhood education hearing that Columbus and reading that Columbus discovered America, which we all know is not the reality. Indigenous people existed prior. They have been struggling to this day, Native peoples in the States and Indigenous peoples around the world. I say this because also what Western knowledge and structures have done is to make us believe that there is a singularity of being in a way that does not give credence to the ways that knowledge comes in many forms. Knowledge is not only written in books, but knowledge comes in recipes, in songs, in textiles. So what we do at Savvy is question fundamentally, as mentioned, what have we been taught, critically examine it, who is speaking, and how can we include the many perspectives that have not been included in narratives around the world. So we do it through the form of art and exhibition making, public programs, radio, workshops, collaborations with universities, with schools, with other partners around the world and in the city, many collectives and communities. Also, Lexodus, who was supposed to be alongside us, has been with us at Savvy previously. So this is to say, we want to question what art is understood as, because likewise, for many Indigenous peoples around the world, art was not something separate from storytelling, social justice, object making. It came in unison. And for many of us, we know music is the same. Music comes often from the spirit, from stories that must be told in urgent times. So I mention this all to give a small backdrop to the ways that what we do at Savvy is to question and to rethink forms and functions, and to do it alongside all of the artists that we're near to.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, like, yeah, one thing also how this topic came up was because I make my money from DJing in the end. I live from DJing. So most of the people know me as a DJ, and then to the ones I communicate, let's say on my socials or whatever about maybe exhibitions or other things I do, I often had the feeling, I often had the feeling that, or I sometimes was afraid of doing so, because I thought that bookers, promoters, and so on would be maybe confused because I'm not that person who is being read so easy as a DJ. So also one befriended booker of mine, for example, once said, yes, I mean, of course, it's interesting that you do so many things, but in the end, it would be good if you have 70%, let's say, of DJ content and then 30% about the rest. And what you just said, that there's like so many facets to being an artist is so much more than just being in this realm of having one discipline and making it easy for everyone who wants to book me, let's say. And so yeah, I actually like the idea of stepping back of the picture that I had, what makes sense to communicate to the outside world, to be easy read and to be easy booked for certain events, but rather explore where the artistic journey might develop and be as brave and actually also embrace that and see what actually how then things develop. But I would do you have a thought on that, or?
Yes, I mean, just a small one, I would say. I think what you'd mentioned of courage, perhaps ironically, it is what is so required in doing so much of what we do in the everyday. Who defines who we are? And it's up to us, of course, ultimately. And that with that said, we can create who we would like to be in the face of the world. And there are really wonderful artists globally who are having different terms that they use, whether it's anti-disciplinary, extra-disciplinary, interdisciplinary, as a means to share that they are not doing one thing alone. And of course, the question is how to go about placing yourself in visual sight digitally so that people can find you in that way. But I'm thinking, there is an incredible artist that I worked with just recently on a project. Ziava is how she goes by. Just to Impress is another moniker of hers. She's Ethiopian, and she has a practice in DJing, in sound, and recently has taken a studies program that is at a Dream Institute at the University of Berkeley in California. And what she's doing is integrating her research within dreams as a practitioner that supports others in reading their dreams through Jungian analysis. She bridges that with her sound practice and offers ceremonies where people can attend, have a meditation process that moves into inquiries of dream states through sound. So there are many possibilities always, and I think it's, as mentioned, up to us to reject the input from the outside that asks us to be one thing only, when we are different people with every person that we meet as well. We are different people to our family versus our friends, depending in terms of what they bring out in us in chemistry. So we're unlimited in that sense.
Yes, and I would actually be interested here in this round. I mean, I guess maybe 50% of you might also be musicians. Maybe hands up. Okay, I see the heads. So I'm pretty sure another round of hands up who has like maybe another interest, or another passion, or actually a side job, but what is not, maybe a side job for the money, but maybe also because it's just another topic you really enjoy diving into. Yeah, so how do you, maybe we can give actually one microphone in the round, because I would be interested to hear how you deal with it. Was it a certain decision that you took that you want to embrace it both, and do you actually communicate it? Let's say, for example, in your socials or on your website, do the people, like the outside world, do they know what else next to your one life or identity you embrace? Is anyone here who would share, the way you do it?
Be shy. We definitely do not bite.
Of course, you also don't have to. Yeah.
Yes. I'm an artist and a student at a music university, and that's one of the personas I embody. Being an artist, creating music, producing, recording, all that. But then I'm really into as well, like I guess cringily you can call it like self-help, like taking care of your body, nutrition, and meditation, breathing exercises, that stuff. But I guess I haven't like put that online on any like platform or get myself out there as a someone who's doing that. That's more of like a personal journey that I'm taking, and maybe someday when I'll reach like a certain point, I can help others with that as well.
so it's not that you're holding back this other, this other side of you because you're afraid of doing so, or is it?
Maybe it is a little bit of that as well, because as you say, you really want to, really want people not to be confused as to what you bring and why they should follow you. So I guess I'm a little afraid as well to, try to promote myself as a musician, but then, yeah, by the way, I also do this because I don't want to confuse the algorithm as well or something like that.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I totally get that, and I think there's also no reason for pushing or rushing anything. But at the same time, I'm also just wondering where would, let's say, our club culture also move if more people embrace their whole facets and communicate their whole facets and show their facets. And so also kind of the club culture in Berlin, but also national and also international wise, like from my own experience playing in different places, I see that a lot of clubs are very suffering with the numbers. So there's kind of so much change since COVID, and this is not just the financial layer, which makes it less accessible to enjoy nightlife, but also I feel that there's kind of a transition mode or kind of need or wish for something else. And some people maybe have already answers, but I'm still wondering what this might be and where club culture would go if we all embrace this more and also get in touch, because I saw that you're actually meditating. Okay, me too. Okay, so maybe there's like another way of connection instead of mainly through the music or so maybe opening more room for other kind of connections.
So I'm thinking so much of it is already happening, and there's a DJ in Kisi who I highly recommend if you do not know her already. She is living in Belgium from Congo, and we had a collaboration with Savizar Radio called The Secret Institute that she was bringing together as a series of sonic sessions that she also saw as ceremonies. And the way that she works as a practitioner and a DJ is that when she performs, when she makes music, it is a performance that is thinking about ritual simultaneously. It also, in her ways of thinking and being, she sees the listening process as one where you are initiated. If you are listening well, if you are tuning in to the secret codes that exist for the Dogon people that had to do with movement of the body, trance states, community. And I say this because also a collaborator of mine, Manuela Garcia Aldana, who is curating a program that is continuing at the moment, so if anyone is interested, it's called Circular Listening, Unlearning the Stage. She is rethinking the ways that the stage has been used as a form where there is a DJ and then there's a crowd. There's a DJ that actually ends up becoming a performer in a way that they are sought after, they are looked towards. It becomes, how could we say, something that can potentially take away from the experience of the music. And she was in Colombia, where she's from, with an indigenous people that she learned deeply from, who had a process of listening and storytelling that was in a circle. And this is also very commonplace around the world. And she wanted to make a project that rethought the stage, inviting listening processes to be circular rather than stage versus audience. So with that said, there are so many possibilities, and also with the radio that I co-curate and co-founded, Savizar, it comes from inspiration of Zar ceremonies and rituals from the Horn of Africa, of North Africa. And there is an incredible ensemble that is continuing their legacies, Mazaher, but they're one of the last to continue this tradition because of processes that happen of assimilation, where much knowledge that is of value can be lost. Our radio is thinking likewise, as an example, of the sonic as a space for repair and of healing. And we extend from what we do in our exhibition space, but also invite practitioners for various projects. And it is on sound as struggle, sound as healing. So it's just to share. I think the courage that is required is maybe sometimes creative and imaginative, how to bridge the many worlds and create a format that can hold them. Or if it makes more sense, perhaps do it individually and independently while still promoting your work in the other fields.
Yeah, and just one other tiny question to you, because you're also a project coordinator, so you get this management skills, and I'm just wondering, so if, let's say, we are carrying so many interests and having maybe several projects running at the same time, which is very demanding time-wise, energy-wise, having all this, let's say, aligned, and so making all this work simultaneously. Let's say if you're like music producer, but maybe also promoter, or also a DJ, but then also studying or working, and then so if we think of these different disciplines that we embody, do you have, because I'm often faced by, let's say, I'm sometimes overwhelmed by the tasks I give myself, because I love my projects, so I work a lot, but then again, I try to organize myself a bit better. And just to hear, like, just out of curiosity, would you have a thought on, okay, so there's this professional demand, let's say, that you're present on the social media, let's say, but then again, you have your creative flow, which is more, free, so you don't really control when is your creative time. So how would you put it all under one, in one schedule? if you have ideas.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I think it also depends on the role that one has, and if they are in an institution. I, for example, am working as a freelancer, and most of the team at Savvy likewise. So it's up to us to figure out the schedules, figure out how we want to balance our time, our energy, our work, also honor our labor, which is very important, as we know. And our being a nonprofit, I must say, from the beginning of my time at Savvy, it was a lot of passion of the heart, because we do see the work as a political work. We do see what we do as an extended form of education, where, unfortunately, in universities that we might have studied at, in public school systems, we did not hear the stories that come from around the world. We heard stories that came from the viewpoint of, often in the West, a white Europe that did colonize much of the world and extract resources, people, enslavement that transmutes into the present. So I say this all because that passion translated to a lot of overworking and a lot of doing something for the greater good, which is still a part of many of our practices, undoubtedly. And yet, as time goes on, we have to also acknowledge this is our work. This is what is deserving of recognition in a way that has a monetary sustainability. So that is to say, I think we have to pick and choose for our energy, use it well, use it wisely. And I think it's true, if you want to be in multiple roles and perhaps a freelancer, then one has to juggle time very intensively. I think if I was working full-time at an institution, then my life would look differently in terms of the projects that I would be invited for from external institutions. I would probably have to say no. And maybe that would be for the best, because hopefully an institutional job is sustaining and you don't have to worry about funding in freelance forms, where many of us, in terms of juggling, you have to take various roles to make ends meet. So, yes.
Super. Yeah, there's also a question from the audience. Ivy wants to know, as people with arts backgrounds as well as music backgrounds, do you think that the approach to career building for people in art is different to musicians? And what can musicians learn from visual or performance artists in that respect? Who wants to go for it?
I think just on an intuitive level, to be an artist, I think, is ideally to question the different strata that you exist within, and to be a musician ought to be as well, and there are musicians that are doing many things. But I think what one could learn from the side of the artist is the insistence to be more than. So I'm thinking also a project that I was co-curating last year, Standing in the Cracks of Multiple Histories. We'd initially imagined it as a project where we were inviting visual artists, musicians, dancers, poets. And what we came to realize, because also thinking about budget, and I know finance is a part of this conference as well, it meant that we had to rethink the ways that each of these roles were given particular fees when artists said, no, but actually I'm not just a musician, I'm not just a dancer, I'm much more than this, and I want to, in my offering for the project, share more than this. So what was a learning for our team in that moment was we should, in general, in projects of that sort, not separate disciplines as a means of honoring that people are many. So I think that's
I think actually one difference would be really that music is always for, or often made for being performed, or being, let's say, when I think of creating both, when I think of creating music, I also, think of the people who will listen to it, and maybe the moment where I will perform it. And when it comes to art, this is more like a placement, and it's less, let's say, placed in a room. So yeah, when I curate an exhibition, let's say, it's really more, I'm thinking more about the, about the experience and the, like during the exhibition, let's say, but when I create music, I think more of the audience too. But I actually could imagine that we find a bit a sooner end today, since due to the changes. But if you have still maybe a question or a thought that you want to share, we are super happy to hear that. Yes.
Hey, I'm always looking for a mentor. So what would be the best advice you got from a mentor? Did you ever had a mentor, or what would you give as an advice where to find a person or how to approach someone? Because I mean, this conference is good for networking, but at the end I'm lacking consistency of exchanging with someone. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
I totally understand where your wish is coming from. I also really wished for a mentor for a long time, and I have to say I just found several mentors for several topics. And if you have a person who is really, let's say, inspiring you in a certain way, let's say the way the person is expressing themselves on stage or production-wise, myself, I literally just reach out and say I'm a huge fan. Really, like, I reached out to so many people I admire directly. I never felt ashamed about that because I could be so honest about it. And then maybe a meetup would come around, and maybe another one, and then maybe some other things evolved from there actually. So my personal experience is really reaching out to the people you look up to and who inspire you, and don't hesitate to get in touch. This is my experience.
Definitely, I would echo this. I think simultaneously, I was meeting with a young curator from Paris last week, and she created a very important platform called Heartline World, which is connecting particularly artists to curators, to have support from curators in texts, mentorship, ways of thinking through exhibition making and support in that regard. But what they did, which is important, I think, again, because this is work at the end of the day, is make transparent costs. So then you do hire, say as an artist, a curator, and there are standing fees for the support that you would receive. I think, of course, this is not how it will always be. There can be people very generous, beautiful, who have the financial security and capacity to support by means of having extra time, but that isn't the case for everyone because, there is the need to, as we earlier mentioned, sustain. So that is to say, on a personal level, I've had mentors that have been elders in Savvy primarily, and also other institutional heads of different partnering exhibitions and programs. And I feel, I have asked them questions, but interestingly, I think it's a way at Savvy that we have. You have a kind of baptism by fire. You learn by doing, you learn by watching, you learn by listening, and it's a different way, for sure, than having a one-to-one set of questions, which I think is also very useful, and I recommend us all to do it any chance that we get.
I also have another question from the audience, if I may. Yeah? Okay, all right. So then you go first, of course.
So I have a question. How do you find balance? Because I'm a DJ and photographer and a festival organizer, but 90% of the stuff I do for free because it's political work for Flinter. And I have to learn to receive more. And how do you start with that?
Yeah, I think we both can relate. I'm really answering now intuitively because I was in a similar situation just now, and for myself, I had also to realize or to decide also what is my priority right now, what is actually what I want and can invest my more energy in and time right now, and what maybe has to go. So this doesn't mean that this is the answer for you, but I run a music production course now since 1.5 years, and it's a beautiful project. Whenever I see the students finishing this course, I know exactly why we are doing this, but I don't really make any money with that, and I realize it's just getting, it's too much time for now, which means I said, hey, I'm stepping back, so we are not doing this course anymore, which doesn't mean maybe in another moment when I make more money again, or when my study is over, when one project maybe has found its end, I will have time again. But for now, really deciding for a certain amount of projects and letting some out.
Definitely, I would just echo what Cecilia mentioned, and suddenly I'm thinking about, I'm not sure if some encountered this text by Arundhati Roy during the pandemic, where she was speaking about the pandemic ideally being a portal, because what we should have learned through the pandemic is that this way of living in capitalist society that is constantly industrializing, harming land, using resources, the pandemic, researchers have shown, came out of this greater macrocosm, and I think it should have taught us to slow down, and as much as we can, of course, to honor that we are not, how could I say, we do not have bodies, we are bodies, and that we need to give care to ourselves and think about what that means for each of us. I think, again, it really depends on one's financial sustenance levels. If someone is doing very well, then I think, and has the capacity outside of that work, conceptually, energy-wise, then beautiful. But then for others who, as you're so graciously doing, work for Flinta communities, that is so important, and yet that is unpaid in many ways, there comes to be a moment where we have to question how long can that survive and exist, and what are the other ways. Just to share also at Savvy, we're a nonprofit, and with the funding cuts that are happening in the government over the last years, with right-wing risings, not only arts and culture, but hospitals, education, youth centers, refugee centers, social structures in Germany and further in the West and more are getting into very precarious contexts. And what that is forcing us to do as an institution is rethink our model. How is it that we're going to do per project applications to the German government that are now getting all the more competitive? How will this enable us to be sustaining as a 15-year institution that many people around the world look towards, that would imagine has a greater stability than we do, when actually we're freelancers and it's not as impressive as it looks to the outside. The work comes from a lot of heart. And so I think it's maybe bridging these worlds as well. That's what I'm thinking more and more. The commercial realm, investors, we need to find ways to find people with money that can support our causes. And that's a challenge ahead.
Do we have time for one more question? Okay, then, because mine relates a little bit to that. In my experience, as soon as you start opening yourself up to other interdisciplinary opportunities, there is suddenly a million projects that you want to do and a million projects that are so interesting. How do you personally filter the projects that you want to do and that you actually do in the end?
Yeah, it's a good question. For my case, sometimes I start, I don't know, I have an idea, I know exactly how I would realize it, I know exactly which people I have to call, so I just call, so I jump onto it, and then 2 weeks later I'm like, wait a second. It got rolling already, but wait a second. So what I kind of learned is also writing all these ideas down. I don't forget, like, I really have a catalog of ideas. So because it just feels good to know it's not lost. And whenever there's really a moment, either I really look back, which usually doesn't happen, but after writing down these ideas, some of these ideas will stick like in your mind. So a certain amount or maybe one certain project will develop in your head without having to write down anything. And this is how, for me, unfolds what is the natural process of development. And then I realized that this is actually more, a thing I'm gonna stick with, and the others are maybe just like a side format for another project. So it's not that it's lost, but yeah.
So if I understood the question well, it was asking how to prioritize projects that arrive to you. Yeah? Okay. So that, I think, goes back to what I'd earlier mentioned. I think every person's capacity is different, and if you genuinely feel that you have the energy for a project and it has a compensation that is honorable and it's a topic that is of importance, then I would say that it all depends on this. And it's really about what only we can read what we're able to do and what we can say yes and no to. And I think it's big internal questions.
Yes, actually, just one last thought about it is that you could make or at least like what helped me is making what is Tabelle again? Spreadsheet. Kind of a spreadsheet, really with categories, like impact on, let's say, the positive impact on the on my surrounding, on the world, learning, like learning curve, money, network, placement. Or, so there are so many categories which might serve you on different levels, and then you can literally see, having this written down, if it's worth it, starting it or not, and it's very easy to then compare these projects. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You fulfilled the whole 50 minutes. I think it was more than just inspiring. Thank you so much for your interaction, for your input, for your questions. Thank you so much for your knowledge. I think they deserve a really big applause.
Thank you.
Thank you as well to all of our viewers in the live stream. We are heading now into a 25 minutes break on this stage, but then we are having a screening of a film by Music Me Too, which deals with safer spaces in electronic music. So I hope to see you soon in 25 minutes.
Yeah? Okay, super. Hello, everyone. Now, our next program item deals with a very important topic, and this is also my turn now to address a trigger warning for sexual abuse and sexual harassment. So please, if you feel not comfortable with this topic, maybe it's better to leave, because we are going to start the session with a screening, film screening, by the film When the Music Ends by Me Too Music. And then after that, I will introduce the speakers and the moderator of this session to you. So, film up.
Right here. Yeah, perfect. You here?
First day.
First day, all right.
Wait, so you've ever done this before?
I've never done this before. Have you?
You haven't?
Oh my god, you're a veteran.
It's magic. Really cute. You know that?
Okay, keep your eyes and hands on that.
Alright. You watch me do it?
Like cheap beer, expensive but really, really shitty beer. Refill liquor over there.
Slowly, girl. Slowly. I need to go home.
Nice. So what are you up to?
Work.
Work. So what we got here is our really, really special welcome drink. Here's your drink.
No thanks.
Okay, I have to stop you here. Come on. I have a boyfriend. No, he's not here though, is he? No, really, I have a boyfriend. No, you don't. Stop.
Stop! Like drinking while working and stuff. It's, I know what you're thinking.
Okay.
So, let's get ourselves dedicated to this very important topic and to see what we can all do to empower safer spaces and create a world where scenes like this are not happening in the future. So, for that, I would love to introduce our speakers. The moderator of this upcoming round of talk is Whitney Way. She is a writer, a director, and a curator. Whitney, it's my pleasure to have you here. It's over there, yeah. And together with Whitney, it's my pleasure to welcome Rebecca, Paul, and Cass. Please come with us on stage. And I have one last point that I would like to address to you. As we will dedicate the last minutes to your questions, you have also the possibility to address them via swap card, our digital tool, and then I can read out the questions, or we can also do it personally. Just having said that, I thank you for being here, and I'm wishing us a very inspiring conversation.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this afternoon. I want to continue a bit of the introductions so everyone knows the perspectives and the backgrounds of the people here on stage. So Rebecca has been in the music industry for about 30 years at this point, and as a DJ and producer, she is found representing the harder sounds of the electronic music scene. And as an activist, she has fought tirelessly to combat the systemic misogyny that allows sexual harassment and sexual abuse to go on within this industry. Paul, over here, has worked on door selection for clubs, bars, and events throughout Berlin, and has also managed a club in the south of Germany. Kais, here in the middle, is an artist, spoken word poet, and has been an integral part of Berlin's nightlife, also on door selection for, just involved in nightlife for about over 9 or 10 years at this point, and a selector at renowned parties such as Horse Meet Disco, Multisex, and Mamba, among others. And I am Whitney Way. I am your moderator, and I'm a writer. I'm an editor, curator, and 2-time former editor-in-chief, formerly at Resident Advisor and Electronic Beats. So without further ado, let's get into it. This was quite a heavy film, but first I really want to ask you, Rebecca, what was your impetus for creating this film with Me Too music? It's a very powerful message.
The idea for this film came about in 2020 during COVID lockdown. I was doing some research on studies about bystanders, and that really the biggest change that we can make in the industry is if we can educate the bystanders, which is everybody basically. And the studies show that we need to bring the communities together, and that's where the change will be. And the studies that I did read were basically based on college schools in America. I don't know if you're American. Yes,
I'm American.
Yes. So the rape culture is really big in America in the college campuses. So a lot of the studies around sexual harassment and assault are generally based on those. But in 2020, there was an independent study created, first of its kind in dance music, which is the EMII, which is electronic. EMII, I have to look that one up. Sorry, I'm not very well today, so you have to bear with me. And basically, it was the first of its kind where there was a call out for any kind of discrimination in the scene, and that could range from really anything. And within that, the study showed that the sexual harassment was at number 2, and this was through across the board, not just in clubs. This is in the workplace. This is record labels. This is agencies. This is corporate as well. And then there was, I think, sexual assault was somewhere in the middle of this study. So I knew that I wanted to bring these two things together to really create a film about awareness about what's going on. And so many times people are just not believing. If they don't see it, they don't believe it. You know, that's what we're kind of up against with sexual harassment and assault in the industry. The stories that are in the film are actually real-based stories from the website. So we had permission from the people that submitted the stories to create their stories. So these are things that actually have happened. And despite that they have happened, they are common. And usually people that have encountered sexual harassment, it's not just one time, it's many. And that was also in the study that was covered as well. So yeah, that's it. And then I managed to get the money from Beatport, Pioneer. We got a lot of sponsorship money. We did some fundraising. And 4 years later, we created the film. I'm massively happy with it. I can't watch it all the time. I was stood back there and I'm getting goosebumps, and it triggers me every time I watch it as a survivor myself. So yeah, that's it.
For sharing that. I also noticed that, you know, all of these accounts are just intimately interwoven within one instance, like one club setting, right? So like it really made me think about how, you know, you go out, you don't know the experience of all these people who are going out with you that are all happening while you're on the dance floor. And when you're talking about bystander effect, for those who don't know, it's kind of like this psychological phenomenon that you kind of think that someone else is going to deal with it. There was this, I think this crime that happened within an apartment complex, and there was a woman who was screaming within this apartment complex, and all the neighbors were hearing. I don't know exactly where this was. And then all the neighbors assumed that another neighbor was gonna call the police, and then no one ever did, and then the woman, unfortunately, she lost her life. And so it's this idea that we constantly we kind of diffuse our responsibility to other people, but really it's like if you see it, you should really report it, you should really be helping as well. So to the others, so both of you are selectors at Adore. From your perspective and your knowledge base, what were your impressions of this film?
I think it's very unfortunately relatable. I've had many friends and from all genders who experienced sexual harassment, abuse, they got spiked, but I've also been in work environments where the flintas were approached in a specific manner by the men. And because the men were much, you know, physically bigger than them, they just didn't feel comfortable speaking out about it because they were like, you know, because they were going to be questioned, like, you know, but what were you doing? How were you dressed as? And I thought it was very important to be, on their behalf, to be speaking up, you know, to keep it anonymous as well. But you cannot be present, in my opinion, in this nightlife scene, and, you know, loving to going dancing or working in the night scene, then talking about community where you actually don't provide the most important part of community, which is being there for each other. Or even just when you're out and you see people, maybe sometimes, you know, not in the right state, to just be like, hey, is everything okay? You want to sit down? Or something, so that, because you're never aware of what the other people's intentions might be, as you can see and hear. Yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
I think you said all the things, but yeah, thank you for inviting me here, because this is a very emotional topic. Also, like me, I was staying in the corner, like about to cry because this is out there and we have to speak out loud. I think the topic got a bit more present during Corona because everybody got like locked up and people thought about maybe a bit more what's happening in the club, and like the community met somewhere else where it's more quieter and maybe share more experiences. And then I think the clubs hired awareness teams, and this is how it started a bit more to get present. Yeah, so very happy that this is happening. And for me as a selector, used to be, not anymore because different plans now, but it's hard to scan the people, but you have to have a feel for that. Yeah, you have to observe very much the crowd who's coming, how they stand in the line. Yeah, sorry, I need to. It's great. It's so emotionally like really disturbing. Yeah.
I can add on to what you just said. I think as a selector, it's very important to, I mean, you obviously kind of develop a sixth sense in a way. It's people skills. At some point, you're just able to read human behavior. Also, when you talk to them, and you can kind of sense, okay, what they're here for. I mean, obviously, we're humans, so sometimes you make mistakes, you make errors. That's when it's important that these people who come to that space, that they feel trusted to come to you and make a complaint, and you act on it right away, especially when it's about people feeling harassed or unsafe. And the first thing you can do is remove the people, and then later on, they can contact you if it was correct or not, but that's usually, to me, the most important thing to do. And yeah, it's really people skills and reading people. And if you're also part of this scene, at some point you also see specific people probably often, and then you kind of have an idea, okay, this person maybe gets a little too unhinged too early. and because you have to think about the other people who are there as well. You as a party goer, for example, or maybe if you're just going there to socialize, for some people it can be very traumatic if you see certain people getting too drunk or too high or whatever too early, and that can have some sort of effect on you too, as being indirectly part of that, I would say.
It seems like the selectors are really the first line of defense, right? So it's like, okay, they're really filtered. They're the big kind of filter at the top for all the people that are coming in, and then you have the door staff, but then also the individuals themselves. So if everyone is aware, and you all coming to this panel is gaining awareness of your responsibility as well. So we're really, when we go out, yes, we're gonna have a good time, yes, we're gonna listen to music, we're gonna have fun, but it's only fun if everyone is safe. If you're safe and everyone's safe, then that is the ideal for a nightlife experience. So in the film, there's a really particularly cutting scene where the woman she's lying on her side, and she's bullied online for speaking out. So they call her a groupie. They're like, cry me a river. Why do you think so many people are so actively against, even, antagonistic towards someone who's speaking out and speaking their truth about abuse and sexual harassment?
I think it's really because, I hate to say it, but we're under this patriarchy where women are just not believed. It's set up for the man to, or not even just the man, but the predator to be, it's like innocent until proven guilty. So everything, the whole system is just geared up for that. And we know statistically that like 95%, if not more, of people that come out with these stories are generally telling the truth. But usually it's a power dynamic, and this is where we talk about like the patriarchy, where you have like usually the perpetrator is at the top and he's more powerful, where the woman is many times of color as well. So it's really like the dynamic is really harsh. So I think in that instance, she's after something. She wants to bring him down, or she wants this cancel culture. But I think people don't understand that if it is this huge power dynamic, women have only been playing by the rules that we've been set out to. You know, now we're breaking them, we're trying. So I feel like we get a lot of this negative feedback, and we see it a lot because people just don't want to believe it, they're not trusting. And I do think it's this power dynamic, realistically.
I think also the time got so quick, yeah. So you have the chance to comment within 1 second everything what you want in the world, like without even thinking about it. So everything got, the pace is so quick in putting your opinion out there without even knowing what kind of response you will get. Yeah. So you can really hurt with like the comments or reaction, whatever you comment, you know. And I think men are about hopefully to lose power out there, you know. Then I think it's a little bit of a struggling white man, maybe, yeah, that they kind of see that the women speak out, and this is happening, you know. You can see it out there, and I'm very happy that this is happening, that you also opened the window with this event.
Kind of to add to what you just said, obviously we know it's not all men, but most of the times it is unfortunately men who are the predator or the aggressor in that. And I think for those of us who, you know, identify as male and we say we're not part of that big part that's the aggressor, I think it's very important to show or communicate with you know, the women or the flintas around us that you can depend on us, you know, that we are, you know, like a support, and more than just an ally, you know, that if something happens, you're afraid to speak up, that, you know, we can help you or do it on your behalf. If that's sometimes too intimidating, I think that's very important to communicate that, you know, so that also it doesn't become an isolated thing where we have to be like, well, that's your problem, but it's also our problem, I think. And very important to communicate that, you know, we can be of help as well.
Going back to what you said, Rebecca, very briefly, I think some people are so actively resistant because when you become a fan of someone who's very powerful, who's, you know, probably talented, and you like their music a lot, and you're listening to every day, and you wanted to go see them, I think that there's ways that we really rationalize still clinging on to the things that we like, right? And I think we have this cognitive dissonance that we all, in small ways, we do it incrementally, like for instance, buying fast fashion, even if we know that it's destroying our environment, but then it really goes to the fullest extent, which is supporting certain artists that do commit heinous crimes and just trying to push it away within our minds as well, and then fiercely defending that, because it that kind of questioning and realizing, you know, this person is a perpetrator might make you kind of uncomfortable. And so in order to alleviate that discomfort, we really use a lot of kind of mental gymnastics around it as well. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of the Me Too movement, which is obviously a very prevalent part of this conversation. So in 2017, it's been about almost a decade now since a massive spike in the Me Too movement. I think everyone really saw it when it was online, #MeToo. It's been a decade since then. So do you think the industry has improved in the way that we address sexual abuse and sexual harassment? Because you've been in the industry at this point for 30 years, working really hard, doing activist work, and yeah, you've seen the lay of the land.
I think it has got better. We're not there yet, though. We haven't had our Me Too movement. We haven't, and that's really the honest answer. Would you guys agree? You think?
I agree. I think to some extent it has, but also to other extent it hasn't. Because if individuals are still not feeling confident enough to speak up about experiences, then clearly it's very far from where it's supposed to be, which means there's a lot of work on our side as well to do, whether you're a party goer, whether you're an organizer, or working at a bar, or whatever, this kind of needs to be in the back of your mind constantly. And you always need to have a little eye on the audience as well, even if you're just a bartender. because for who knows, you might save a person's life by noticing something.
Yeah, I think at the door many things change because there's another team coming into a club like the awareness team, you know. So it's not the bouncer anymore, which is kicking through the audience to like kick somebody out, or like this massive man, you know. So there's another team like communicating with the selector, with the club manager, with the door. Hey, there's something wrong here. So. Things change there, but like Rebecca said, or you also, it's the window is open, and but it needs to be open more. There are more windows, you know. So it's a constant work, a constant comment, a constant meeting in the communities to speak out loud.
I just want to go back to the reasons why. What we've seen from doing Me Too music is that what we tried to do was to do things sort of behind the scenes, to go to the agents that may be representing DJs that have many stories on them, to see if they're going to be accountable for it. Are they going to still continue to work with that person? AFEM, Association for Electronic Music, placed this a really good reporting system, and they really wanted to like suspend people and then investigate and then take action. But the current model that we have is not that. We basically need to prove everything first, and then the person may be suspended. So we're not in a place where we really take this seriously enough to be like, you know what, if that person is still around working, people are at risk. And this is a risk and safety issue. This isn't just like we're talking about sexual harassment. If we put this whole category with risk and safety, it's not diversity, it's risk and safety, and get people to take it more seriously. And we have got companies that can go in and put reporting systems in, corporate and venues as well. And then we will start making a change. But because of the money that's involved in some of these artists, and again, we talk about the power at the top, a lot of the agents don't really want to do anything until things go massively public, or you know they get taken to court, and then they'll act. So we see this discrepancy in values and behaviour really more, and that's what we've been doing in the back end. So we see all of this, and we are really disheartened because we feel like we're good people. Like the scene is built on love and community and inclusion, but when it comes to this, and I'm going to swear, when you fuck with the money, people just don't like it. So yeah, that's what we're really up against, and that's the honest truth, and what I've discovered after like 5 years of doing this.
Wow. Yeah, I guess, you know, kind of mirroring back what you're saying, when someone is in a position of power, when they make a lot of money, there's not just one person, right? Like this film, you're just seeing one individual, and it's like this DJ, but this DJ has an enormous team, PR agents, you have managers, you have a lot of people who are on that payroll. And why would they, if they're benefiting from this person who happens to be an abuser, they're going to push it to the furthest extent because that's where they're getting their paycheck from. So you're not really just seeing an individual, you're seeing a whole network behind that individual propping up this power structure, because again, people to look inside themselves and being like, is there a way that I'm kind of complicit in this abuse by supporting this individual? It is deeply uncomfortable. You would have to inconvenience yourself, get a new job, confront certain people, and you'd have to speak up. And it, again, that discomfort is what human beings are constantly averse to. So I can understand what you're talking about. Yeah, I wanted to speak about what you said, awareness teams, and how during the pandemic there's been a lot more discussion about sexual harassment and sexual abuse. Awareness teams, it became something that seemed to have emerged pre-pandemic, but please tell me more, or tell the audience a little bit more about awareness teams, the concept behind it, how it emerged, and your experiences.
I think, like as I said, it started during the Corona time, maybe a bit before, when the people realized in the club that like the guests, the audience are kind of like getting too quick into druggy or alcohol situations. So this is where it started a bit, but during Corona, in the beginning, they were there for like taking care of that everybody was wearing masks, you know, and that was the whole crazy situation, you know, you breathing while dancing different, and the whole setting was just crazy. But then they also looked after, in that time, after those people who like maybe went a little bit too far. So I think there were one or two organizations which saw the path, and they're providing teams like this. They're going actively to clubs to provide their service. I think also for free, you know, just to be on the safe side, providing straws or like all the kind of items, you know, to make everything a bit more safer. Yeah, this is basically, I think, how it started. And now it got a bit wider with the people around the awareness teams. You can I saw somebody standing in the corner of one of the awareness teams, so you're actually more involved as a guest, you know. Before it was like, okay, where do I go? Oh, okay, fuck it, let's have a drink. Or not me, but like, you know, it was not there in the club, you know. Help was not there in the club. It was out, you know. And now the help is in the club, which just makes the whole thing very good. Actually.
Also adding to that, there used to be this big fear of getting kicked out of the club. And I would see it with friends or people around, and if someone got a little too drunk, a little too high, they would go hide, or, you know, or you would take your friends into the toilet and help them sober up or kind of get back to their senses, and hopefully nobody would notice that. So I think there was also a big fear of that, and now that's, you know that there is help there, but also I think the bouncers are being informed to not just kick someone out, because you're just kind of just leaving them on their own outside on the street, and anything can happen there as well. But I also remember, like, I think it was especially one person who was pitching to all the clubs to bring awareness teams into the nightlife. I think she's done it very successfully. I don't remember her name right now, but I can see her face. And I think she's almost solely responsible for that, to pitching that here in the nightlife. And again, like you said, it gives a sense of safety, and it also because you can make mistakes, you can have a shot too many or whatever, or someone can spike you and it's not your fault, and you need someone to kind of guide you out of that before you decide to go home, because like we saw over here, it can happen in the toilet where somebody misuses or abuses you, but it can also happen while you're waiting for the cab. You're not really aware of your surroundings, which can happen too, because there are people always hanging around over there as well, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay, so the people on the door, like the top of the funnel, the first defense, the awareness team, how are they trained to help individuals who, may be victims of predatory behavior?
I mean, from my experience, in the beginning of the night, it's the owner of the party, or the ones who are in charge that night. They always do a little like a get-together where you talk about, like, this is how our party is going to be like, or the night is going to be like. If something happens, this is the contact person, or this is the awareness. And it's supposed to be a collaboration between, the bouncer, the security, the bar people, and the awareness. Instead of just getting rid of those people so you save the name of your party. So you really work together that way. Forgot your question, sorry.
Oh, it was how is the awareness team, how does everyone collaborate in this nightlife space in order to address predatory behavior?
Right. I mean, from my experience, I don't know how it was for you, when, mostly women, when they felt uncomfortable or people were there that had sexually harassed them outside of the club, they always come to the bouncers, because I think the bouncers, they usually they present with a bit more authority, I think, because they're the ones that can immediately kick them out. And we always act accordingly. You know, we walk with them, at least in my experience, and then we take a security person with us or two, and then we, you know, get them kicked out. Or if it's someone that has had several of those instances, you know, or is known for that, we ban them immediately, Hausverbot, because that's also not somebody you want to have there, because then everybody's going to feel unsafe, and it's not what you want to create in those kind of safe spaces, I would say.
Yeah, totally. Can't say anything more. Just the spiking, actually, a few years back, you know, that was.
Do you remember that? Yeah.
That was really a scary moment in the party scene. Yeah, actually, my best friend got also spiked, and I carried her to the hospital, and this is what really it scares you, you know. But the communication got definitely better between the club, the staff, you know, those little meetings before, you know, how many guests do you expect? We had this in this case the last time, this and this man might come or might not come, not just men, you know, it happens on all genders, but to the awareness and the communication in the club got definitely better because, again, like you said, Rebecca, it's all about money. It's again about money, you know. When somebody comes out and it's not speaking out loud, it really falls back to the club, you know. So this is good that they kind of like, if they don't speak out loud, you know, you can actually lose your license or the venue or whatever, you know. This is so, yeah, money is a big topic in the capitalism, I guess.
And I think also that a lot of times, unfortunately, the owners of these spaces seem very much out of touch with what's happening in their club. They're just looking at numbers and we have bookings and that's it. Okay. And it unfortunately requires the people who are working in that space, you know, whether you're part of the bartender, you know, the barkeepers or whatever. For us, unfortunately, it's usually the task is on us to go to those owners. At least in my experience, that was the case. That we had to go and be like, we're working here, you're not providing us safety, not for the guests, there's no security, there's no awareness. How are we supposed to make the space even run? And then if the space gets a bad review, we're the ones who are being blamed for that, you know. So then it kind of requires you as a team to also really stick together and be there for each other and to really step up to this owner or whoever it is. That, you know, it might hurt you in your pocket, but again, would you want to work in a space that's not providing safety also? Because then, like you said, you're complicit then. The same way you're maybe boycotting a brand that's funding a specific event in the world. I think this is the same kind of thing, but on a much smaller and more direct situation, I would say.
No, I just wanted to say that you raised a really good point. We were discussing about venues having like a grading system and then having like a central like independent website where every city you could go into, you could check the venue to see how safe it was and read reviews, and then know that you will be safe. And then that would then force the venues to take more action and have these reporting systems, to have the awareness teams, because they would want more people to feel safe in their venues. But it's like, I agree with what you said about like some of these old venue owners. They everything's just really quiet, you know. I think Berghain has an ambulance on site, I believe, and no one really knows about these things because it's all hushed, and it's just to keep this illusion that everything's okay, what's going on inside. Not talking about Berghain, but just most generally venues like this, because they don't want to take the responsibility. And all it would be is just, here's the consent, these are our house rules, you're in here for a long time, respect each other, and we have zero tolerance around these behaviours. I wanted to ask, have you ever encountered any times when the police have been involved, when you've it's got to that point where you have called the police on somebody?
Well, I had an instance where I, as the bouncer, was being harassed or, you know, provoked, and I got called the racist things, and they were physically trying to fight me, and I couldn't call the police, basically. I was being stopped by the venue to call the police. Yeah, so we had to make a big issue of that, and also I refused to work there until it was solved, obviously. But in most cases where I've worked, it never got to the police part because we've had a very good security team who, you know, was handling them, and usually they walk away, you know, in the end. And then it's on our job to remember who that person is for the next time, but also to, if you're going to a different club, whether you're working there or not, to know, to be like, hey, this person causes problems, and you also communicate that with, because they're in the end your colleagues, you know, even if they work for a different club or party or whatever, you're supposed to communicate that. But I personally, that's the only like police story I can share. For me, I don't know how it is for you.
Yeah, there's some crazy police stories with knives in front of me, you know, like really like bloody situations where you need to really calm down in the moment and focus on the situation, take the people apart and like be the one who is like the calm rock, let's say, yeah, to calm the situation down. Yeah, like, but I said, like, I carried my best friend to the hospital after she got spiked, and that was really like, there was nobody, literally, you know, because, oh yeah, another case, this kind of attitude, you know, and you fall into like this numb feeling as a human being after. Maybe you can't report it because you still have to digest this whole process of being in this situation, you know, and then it's half a year later, and then kind of they don't see the point anymore because also maybe recognized by the door, hey, you don't get anymore. Like you said, you know, you have this fear to not get in anymore because they realize, this is the one person who called the police, actually, you know, so people are still scared to call the police, you know, because Berlin is a mecca of music, and if you don't get into this 1, 2, 3, 4 clubs anymore, you know, then they lose their life, purpose of life here in Berlin anymore, you know, so this is, yeah, the power is still there from the clubs, and as I said, the window is open, but it can be opened another window, definitely.
I think it's also important that the same way the people in awareness are trained how to act on situations in security, I think it's very important for the selectors or bouncers to also be properly trained, because just like the security, we are also looked at when something is happening. And I mean, to a certain extent, yes, it looks, you know, it can look nice, you get the attention, you can look nice and reject people, and, you know, to a certain extent, you can call it glamorous and nice, you know, it's, you know, you're the face of a party to a certain extent. But you also need to know when to actually get to work and act on it. Because I've also seen places where people are selected to do the door and they're sitting very pretty there, but then when something happens, they don't know what to do. And even I had that in the beginning. You know, I wasn't trained, I had to kind of learn on my own. So I think that's very important to implement that as well. So that literally everyone who's providing this party or the safe space for the party goers, that everybody knows how to act and what to do in cases of emergency or adversity or whatever.
I mean, it all starts, you know, back to the 90s, like the old fabric buildings, you know, open doors, let's put like a DJ pult inside and let's have fun, you know, but everything got a bit more now professional. Now you have to provide an awareness team. Come on, like we are in the 21st century here, you know. You have to provide a professional door who can really guide the people out if something is happening, you know. There's so many things happen in the world where the roof is crashing in or like other things happen and people run around like chicken without even knowing what to do in an emergency case, you know. So you have to train your people, staff, you know, what to do, when to do, how to do, you know. And this costs money, you know, and there we turning circles.
So going back to what you said, Rebecca, briefly, I think it's a really interesting concept that if you were to look up a club, you can see the resources they would have if you were safe, you know, enforcing your safety. Like, for instance, yes, if you're going to this club, they have an awareness team. Like, that would be comforting for someone who wants to have a night out. Yes, they have a trained door staff. Like, having the resources at your disposal to prepare for a night out seems like a really incredible resource, and something that would definitely be beneficial for the club scene at large. So hoping for that one. But we have 13 minutes left. Before we dive into questions in the last 10 minutes, I wanted to ask and finish on this question, which is, what are the resources or kind of actionable solutions for people who are perhaps survivors, who have been witnesses of severely antisocial behavior, such as abuse and harassment? What are the follow-up measures after a night out? What resources can they turn to? Because I can feel like it would be a very overwhelming situation. What are the steps? What are certain things they can look to?
Okay, we offer like a protocol, basically. So the first step would be for them to speak to the venue, make a report, go to the police if, when they're able to make a report as well. This just makes it official, regardless of whether they want to really go down the road of like prosecution. But it just makes things more official. Then we recommend different groups, depending on the country, where they can speak to somebody. This all can be anonymous as well. It's just basically listening. And then on the other side of it is the responsibility that we have, the venues have, the awareness team has. It's always about what the survivor wants to do. Do they want the person, to be thrown out of the venue? Do they want to get the police involved? And this is why I ask about the police, because it should be down to them whether they call the police or not. And that should be the question that's posed to them, rather than the venue making that choice. And it's just really listening and supporting. And I know it's a lot of signposting as well, but it's kind of like those is the kind of ways. Me Too, we have access to lawyers in different countries where they can have free legal advice. But yes, it's more of that protocol, really. And they can be reported afterwards as well. We had an incident that happened in an Amsterdam venue a couple of years ago, and we managed to get the victim report. We also got witness statements, and we had the full movement of this person around the venue, and it was incredible. We can really get involved with that and to support in that way.
What is there a website where they could look up? Yeah. What is the website?
So we have a website which is me2-music.com. We have a bunch of resources on there as well for support groups, rape crisis hotlines, things like that, and also direct emails to ourselves. Also specific ones for men that have encountered this too, so it's not just female-based or female-centric. There's a lot of resources there, and we're always available to help.
All right, fantastic. Are there any questions for the panelists and the speakers, or? Okay, well, I can continue on for the next 9 minutes, but one last question a few questions that I had were maybe kind of zooming out of nightlife a bit and electronic music. I think that I'm curious if there's an instance when you became radicalized and politicized in this nightlife space. I think recently, a lot of people have kind of divorced music culture and electronic music culture from a very political, also very very concerned for the liberation of other people and the benefits of the people in this space. Was there an instance where you were pushed to action in your life to work in this industry?
For the Me Too movement?
Or specifically in just like your role as an activist or a selector?
For me, this is it was during lockdown, there was many stories about Derek May that came to light, and I think it was Eric Murillo as well. So Eric Murillo, he passed away, and I didn't realise it was 2 days before he was due to go to court for a rape allegation or a rape charge. It would be a rape charge. But because he passed away, everybody just forgot about the fact that there was a rape charge, and everyone was glorifying him and his music, and that really triggered me. And I'm like, well, if I'm feeling triggered, I'm sure many other people that have encountered abuse in this space, in this industry, will feel the same. And my own experience, I'd say probably like 8 years prior to that, I had no encounters of like harassment. So in my head, I'm thinking, oh, it's got so much better now, you know, from the late 90s to the early 2000s when all of my stories happened. So I just lived in ignorance, and what that really meant was I'm actually now in a powerful position where that shit just doesn't happen, you know, like, so I've got a bit of power in there. So I'm like, well, if that's not happening to me, but then I'm hearing all of these stories of like 18, 19-year-old girls still having the same experience I had at that age, then nothing's really changed. So, like, this is the moment. And I suppose I'm fearless. I just, you know, yeah, I just didn't probably, my impulsivity probably just pushed me forward to be like, you know, I'm going to do it now. I don't care about the consequences. I am going to speak out. And I felt like it was a responsibility but it was just a personal thing as well. And lo and behold, there was so much that came out, and so many women's stories were exactly like mine, and I still hear it now. You know, it's like, not like, I wish it was better, and we try to do the best that we can, but there's so much fear still. And I don't get involved with many other activism, because this is like, I can't spread myself out too much. This is what I've chose to really get involved in for me personally. So yeah.
There's a lot of defending very vulnerable young women, and also having your eyes open all of a sudden, right? Like, you were saying that, you know, you have progressed in your career, and you're like, oh, it has been getting better, but then, you know, these stories of these really young, vulnerable women are proving otherwise, that there's still so much work to do. You're really putting in. And what about you two? Was there, in the last 5 minutes, we can talk about how you became politically radicalized in your own set field?
So for me, the Berlin nightlife has played a big role in really coming into myself, because I felt safe here to explore myself to the utmost part of it. And there's some people in the audience here, DJs and other friends of mine, that I've met through the nightlife, and they've played a part in making those spaces safe, whether it was through music or behind the bar or at the door. And but I've also had friends who unfortunately were spiked, and happened in nights where we were together and maybe we lost each other for like 10 minutes, and then you get information back that happened. And I think that, you know, there are people in all parts of life where you are a giver, and there are some people who are more like passive. And I think for me, naturally, it was, you know, I wanted to continue giving to that scene that gave so much to me, but also more on the let's say the behind the scenes part of it. And for some people, that's, for example, working on awareness, and for me, it was almost naturally doing selection. So that's how I kind of ended up doing that. And I think once you do that, because it happens personally to you, you become a bit more protective of the scene as well, and you want to improve it also. And that also goes towards political things and venues or places or DJs or people that supports instances that, you know, support other instances that are not necessarily good for individuals or, you know, groups of people. So it kind of like trickles out, and like you said, you cannot spread yourself too thin, but I think it's very important to be aware of that, because when you are in these positions, you do represent a specific status, and that's important, I think.
I always couldn't see violence in any situation, in any moment. I was always defending the weaker person, more or less. So, and also giving something back to the scene, you know, which gave me so much also. Yeah, so that was the reason why I actually got here. And yeah, I mean, the personal situation I said before with my best friend, but I also got sexually harassed, you know, and you're carrying this kind of with you, you know, and then you get to a point, no, I don't want to have it, keep it to myself, you know. I just go out there and just tell the people, you know, and then you see it's popping up in your friends. Oh yeah, I've been in this situation. And you can see that you are actually the opener of a big tin where everybody is in, or some people are in, you know, and then you talk and it's a releasing feeling, you know, and then people like you and you are popping up and it feels good though.
Yeah, what I'm really hearing here is this understanding that you are hearing and connecting to people, but then you also have had these experiences happen to you, and in order to kind of sublimate a lot of the pain and the emotion, the difficult emotion that is involved with confronting trauma in your life, you've sublimated it, and then you're able to hopefully change the scene and change lives. So thank you so much for all of your efforts and for doing what you do and for fighting the good fight. And this is the end of our panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for listening. Yeah, and if we could have a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, also from my side. And thank you for your patience, for being here, for raising awareness to this so important topic, also to our viewers in the live stream. Here on this stage, we're having now a 45 minutes pause, and then we are dealing with the Sound Legacy project, which is the final content piece that we will have here on this stage, where we will know more about creating across generations. So I hope to see you soon in 45 minutes. Thank you again very, very much for this open conversation. Thank you, and yeah, see you.
Mann, umgebe mich mit Leichtigkeit, die um nichts kreist. Trink, Bruder, trink, damit uns nicht das Nichts beißt. Man, umgebe mich mit Narrenspiel und 2 Gramm Koks, zieh es weg, Schwester, auf das uns nicht der Morgen holt. Bin dabei, mich zu zerstören, meine Fresse schmerzt beim Kiefern. Lauf mit dir durch den Wald, ein leichter Wind bewegt die Kiefer. Fang gereizt und übermüdet einfach so mit dir nen Beefern. Hab schon lange keinen Spaß, doch will nur ein bisschen G-Mann. Du scherzt, jeder Rockstar hat geballert, keine Sorge, ich fang wieder an. Ich lern für meine Prüfung, aber morgen. Ich brauch das, um zu schreiben, ich brauch das, um mich zu spüren. Ich brauch das, um meinen Kopf der Verkopftheit zu überführen. Ich brauch keinen Gott, keinen Halt, brauch keine Moral. Kann dir nicht zuhören, wenn du sprichst, es tut weh, ist so banal. Deine Kindheit war sehr hart, du wurdest niemals abgeholt. Aber sprichst dir gerade du oder spricht dir grad das Koks? Ich hole Bier beim Späti, hasse meine Ignoranz, will doch nur ein bisschen Spaß. Wieso bin ich so ein Schwanz? Wieso halt ich nicht die Fresse? Wieso hör ich dir nicht zu? Wieso hängt ihr mit mir rum oder lass ich euch nicht in Ruhe? Abgemagert rauch ich meine Lunge rot und rot. Ich kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Ich stink nach Sperma und nach Fleisch und nach Knoblauch und nach Schweiß. Bin ein Arschgesicht mit Undercut, das nichts mehr aus der Schule weiß. Wache auf, Kopfschmerz, Zahnweh, Nasenbluten. Hol mal bitte Konterprosi, aber einen guten. Mama zahlt das Key und Papa zahlt das Speed. Keine Ahnung mehr, was ich hier noch will in Berlin. Das Schöne hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Das Schlimme hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Halbseidene Gestalten, wundgeweinte Augen, dürre Arme, rote Lippen, die an morgen glauben. Morgen wird es besser, morgen geht es los, morgen fange ich an, werde ich endlich wieder froh. Ich hasse das Klischee, laufe täglich vor ihm fort, holt mich ein in der Küche eines Altbaus über Port. Nie Gespräche über Sport, nie Gespräche über Nachbarn, wir sind nie provinziell, doch einsam an Weihnachten. Glotzt nicht so romantisch, ich mach mein Ding, ihr Ficker. Muss niemals ins Büro, aber später kurz zum Ticker. Weiß nicht, ob ich dich mögen würde, wären wir beide clean. Ich zieh mit dir zusammen, doch würde nie mit dir zusammenziehen. Abgemagert rauch ich meine Lunge rot und Co. Ich kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Ich stink nach Sperma und nach Fleisch und nach Knoblauch und nach Schweiß. Bin ein Arschgesicht mit Undercut, das nichts mehr aus der Schule weiß. Wache auf, Kopfschmerz, Zahnweh, Nasenbluten. Hol mal bitte Konterprosi, aber einen guten. Mama zahlt das Key und Papa zahlt das Speed. Keine Ahnung mehr, was ich hier noch will in Berlin. Das Schöne hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Das Schlimme hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust.
Everything happens at once in the city. A day in every minute, second show no pity. Nope. Lessons become blessings for those that stay witty. No blinking and slow thinking, we're digging for gold shillings. A flash in the pan, a dream we hold dearly. Truth, we should jump in the water instead of fishing. Proof, no one reached their goals by only wishing. Nobody gets to eat if the chef ain't in the kitchen. Don't interrupt my high note. Everything happens at once in the city. A day in every minute, seconds show no pity. Lessons become blessings for those that stay witty. No blinking and slow thinking when digging for ghost shillings. A flash in the pan, a dream we hold daily. Truth we should jump in the water instead of fishing. Proof no one reached their goals by only wishing. Nobody gets to eat if the chef is in the kitchen. Wait, that time is wave goodbye. So long, so long, so long. It's time for me to fly. So long, so long, so long. Do not kill my vibe. Do not dim my light. Don't interrupt my high note. That time is wave goodbye. So long, so long. It's time for me to fly. So long, so long. Do not kill my vibe. Do not dim my light. Don't interrupt my high note. And I know that I can say where it all began. I don't know who I can say. I don't know the end. And I know that I can say where it all began. I don't know who I can say. I don't know the end. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. Don't only wish, level up and win. Yeah, I'm on my shit, going baby high. Don't only wish, level up and win. Yeah, I'm on my shit, going baby high.
Ich wirke impulsiv, manchmal unkonzentriert. Versuch doch nur das Kind in mir nicht zu verlieren. Schwanke von depressiv zu euphorisiert. Schau meine Zugsnummer balancieren. Akzeptieren, dass ich immer ein bisschen daneben bin. Wegen transparent, nicht nur Manager. Ich such noch nach dem Trick. Und ich muss öfter raus, denn mein Chaos, ich wachs daraus, mach was draus. Ich hab's gleich, der Kopfknoten geht bald auf. Fuck, was hast du gesagt?
Nächstes Mal passe ich auf.
Ich brauch noch 1, 2 Jährchen, bis ich's rauf. Noch circa 2, 3 Mal, bis ich's kapier. Lebe noch 1, 2 Märchen aus. Ich hoffe, du kannst mich noch so 2, 3 Mal reparieren. Wasch
schon immer so. Viel zu große Pläne mit dem Kopf durch die Wand, doch nicht durch Probleme. Meine Lösungswege eher unkonkrete. An Reality gern knapp vorbei geredet. Ein Reality-Check, zack, geteilte Seele. Ja, was bringt's mir, wenn ich mir noch eingestehe, dass die Welt kaputt ist und die Menschen noch mehr? Schreib lieber eigene Geschichten wie Homer.
Kann schon sein, ich war ihm da, immer länger, weil wir mich in kleinen Kampf auf
Ich brauch noch 1, 2 Jährchen, bis ich's raff. Noch circa 2, 3 Mal, bis ich's kapier. Lebe noch 1, 2 Märchen aus. Ich hoffe, du kannst mich noch so 2, 3 Mal reparieren. Ich brauch noch 1, 2 Jährchen, bis ich's raff. Noch circa 2, 3 Mal, bis ich's kapier. Lebe noch 1, 2 Märchen aus. Ich hoffe, du kannst mich noch so 2, 3 Mal reparieren.
You throw your phone into the sea. You watch it drown and sink to feel something good. Is your kind of substitute for something you never missed? Go dumping and crash the core to watch it burn. Please stay with me one more day. That fox is anywhere. There's nothing left to say. You showed up to this party, invited, unimpressed. They buzz you and almost thinking they're intellectuals. Is your kind of substitute for something you never missed? Go dumping and crash the core to watch it burn. Please stay with me one more day. That fox is anywhere. There's nothing left to say. Please stay with me one more day. That fox is anywhere. Don't
secret hidden place within where troubles fade and worries were thin. Hide me deep in your arms. Let your love make me whole. Let your spirit take my soul away from the troubles that I see right in front of me. I know all this unclear. I'll face my fears. With strength I'll rise, I've earned my peace. The light will guide me into the place where we can discover our worlds anew again. Make everything right, make everything right again. Take me back where it all began. Hold me close like in days of old. Let me unfold. Take me back where it all began. Hold me close like in days of old. Let me unfold. I'll find my way out. I'm not defined by any visions of my mind. I seek to know what truly makes me feel alone. I'll rewrite my life again without a doubt. I'll find the shortest way into the secrets of my mind. Take me back where it all began. Hold me close like in days of old. Let me unfold. Take me back where it all began. Hold me close like in days of old. Let me dreaming about. Guide me so I won't lose hope now. Where did you go? I know it's never easy.
Shifting slowly, nothing is holy, drowning my demons. My expectations Trying too much while moving too fast. I long for a touch of something that lasts. Don't know what to lose, opportunities vast. Don't know what to choose when it all turns to dust. I try to be patient but don't have the time. I try to hold on but nothing is mine. I try to build something that won't fade away. I know it won't last but I try anyway.
Marxist. Mama, 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 Mama. Kommst ganz neu nach Berlin, bist kein Dorfjunge mehr, bekommst eine neue Personality. Und ich, Idiot, mag dich auch noch sehr gern. Sehr gern. Und dein Insta ist jetzt öffentlich, du kannst jetzt richtig loslegen. Alles dreht sich nur um dich, du wirst bestimmt mal einer von den ganz Großen. Ganz Großen. Ganz Großen. Selbstdarstellung hier und da, ich seh dich leider lang nicht klar. Und naja, er ist Narzisst und nennt sich Marxist, hat von nix und niemand Schiss. Trägt Matze in der linken Hand und das ganze Outfit sitzt. Er ist Narzisst und nennt sich Marxist, ab und zu ist er bekifft, verklärt Gedanken und erklärt, wie seine Weltanschauung ist. Du bist Best Bros mit Robert, Kevin, Annalena. Hast einen ziemlich großen Drang der Öffentlichkeit. Du bist mein Bundeskanzler, aber dir ist komplett egal, mit welcher Partei. Würde ich dich fragen, hey mein Lieber, was willst du erreichen? Ich will mal zitiert werden von den schönen, schlauen Reichen. Danke für die tolle Antwortweise, warst nur du schon immer. Ein Jahr verschwindet meiner Zeit. But you're going with me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you heard me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break this. time's reaching out. My broken heart, oh honey, you hurt me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you hurt me. Honey, you hurt me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and it's ever chest. Honey, you hurt me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and it's ever chest. Honey, honey, we're melting downhill. Honey, honey, I love the sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'm about to go. Honey, honey, we're melting downhill. Honey, honey, I love the sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'll stop until you go. Honey, honey, we're melting downhill. Honey, honey, I love the sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'm starting to go. Honey, honey, we're melting downhill. Honey, honey, I love the sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'll stop until you go. I won't stop until you go.
Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Він питав, що стало з тобою. Ніколи тя не бачив такою. Він кричить: отямся, отямся. Я кажу: не здамся, не здамся. Він каже: ти котися в прірву. Ти ж дівчата, ж ніжне створіння. Тобі не личить бути такою. О Боже, я стою собою. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Добійся
ці правила, бо жертві сердець бажає добра. Він скаже, будь вище мого лайна, бо жертві сердець бажає добра. Він скаже, будь краще, будь вище. Все лайно завжди прокидайся разом з нами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ремиками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь вище. Все лайно
everyone. Welcome back on the Maschinenhaus stage. I would also love to welcome our viewers in the live stream. This is our very last program item of the day, and we are going to dedicate it to multi-generational empowerment, because this is what happened when house music pioneer Robert Owens and emerging artist Ned Wendell collaborate. Something really great happens, and this is not only inspiring us, this was also inspiring both of them, how the mentorship transforms both, not only the mentor, also the teacher, and what happens if experience meets experiments. This is what we're going to find out right now, but not only with the two artists. I'm also very happy to welcome our moderator, Dean Bryce. So please give it up for the three of them.
Check.
Test.
Testing.
How's everyone doing? Good. So my name is Dean Bryce, record label owner, occasional DJ and vinyl collector. This session is about creative inheritance and how the spirit of house music moves through generations. I want to bring up the architect of house and the voice of its message, Robert Owens, and London-born, Berlin-based artist carrying that lineage into new spaces, Nat Wendell. We're here to explore how the sound and spirit of house evolves and what happens when experience meets experimentation. Robert, when did house feel real to you? When did it stop being a sound and become a movement?
Well, I come into the whole house scene in the early 80s before house even evolved into the name of house. I was doing house parties where we would clean out lofts and basements and do parties, you know, and it was house parties. So the name for me extends from that on to places like the Warehouse and the Music Box. But even before that, I came in off the disco era of things. I used to go out to clubs north of Chicago like Coconuts, Flamingos, DN1. These are places where Ron Hardy became famous before he went back to California. He was actually in Chicago, and he was one of the main DJs at the DN1. So I come in off of that scene into the house scene. And when house came in, like probably the late 80s, is where I met Robert Williams and Frankie Knuckles, who Robert Williams was like the founder to bring in Frankie Knuckles from New York, as well as bringing Ron Hardy in to do the Music Box circuit, you know, when that came into existence.
Right, so it sounds as if the early days of house music was very much community-based.
Yes, for me, it's always been a family-orientated environment, you know, involving house. I always tell people from past to present, if you have an environment where it's about family, you have the same thing now that we had back then.
Yeah. I believe Frankie Knuckles said that house music is disco's revenge. Would you agree with that?
No, I think it's just a evolving atmosphere of music, really. You know, it's always new genres of music that's created and come into existence. You know, you have a lot of them. I'm not really familiar, like the EDM. I'm not really familiar with that, but at one time this was huge, and a big audience catered to that style of music. So, you know, I think it's ever evolving, you know, and everybody has learned or took something from one genre or another, you know, as it cultivates and keeps building and growing. You know, a lot of the hip-hop people took from a lot of the R&B urban things to sample those things to create their material. And same thing with house. A lot of the house tracks were, they came into existence from sampling when we were splice editing off of half-inches and even cassettes. I had a pitch control cassette deck by Pioneer, and I used to pause edit off of that. and you take the most intense part of a disco track and you looped it over and over. A lot of inspiration came from those kind of moments and hearing us play back then, those type records and extended versions of tracks.
Nice. And Nat, what opened your ears to that groove and sound? Talking about house music in Chicago.
I was introduced to it from a very young age. So, older cousin of mine tuned in a radio station. Obviously, growing up in London, as you know, we were so fortunate to have pirate radio stations. And I was about 11, 12, had this radio station tuned in. And it was the one thing that would calm me down, like late at night, hearing this groove on the radio and just tuning into that, even though I had school the next day. And then from then, I went on to buying records every week, would save my money, go to the record stores, find out what that new that sound was, and trying to trace that, essentially.
I feel in the UK that, you know, house has always been separate to a lot of other forms of black music. But Robert, in Chicago, was house ever a cousin or a close relative of hip-hop?
What do you think with the house scene, most music, most DJs back then, it was multifaceted. You played everything. You might play B-52s into the JBs, into Talking Heads, into, again, some sample track, a disco track where you looped the most intense part of it and it sounded like a whole nother track. So everything was across the board back then. And then I think towards the late 80s into 90s is when people broke up into I'm house, I'm techno, and all of this. But I was playing techno records before I even knew they were techno records. So it was, for me, it reverts back to music as a feeling. Creativity-wise, when you go in and you create with someone, you feed off of each other. And if you have respect for each other, then a positive result comes from that.
When you speak of music being a feeling, what does that groove and soul mean to you both beyond BPM and drums?
It's the coming together of people and being able to, for me as a DJ, I'm also an introvert. It's a way of telling my story through music and through sounds, listening to reggae, dancehall, hip-hop, R&B, fusing that all together. Now I'm primarily playing house music. It's the way of showing my identity, where I've come from, where I'm trying to go, what I'm trying to say, what message I want to convey. And just bringing people together, that's my way of giving back somehow, you know?
Beautifully stated. And for me, you know, it's the same. You know, it's an extension of my character and years of experience across the board listening to all types of music. I grew up in the church background. I've sung for James Cleveland, Voices of Cornerstone, and other different churches I've been involved in and been in the choir. So I know all the different ranges of vocals and stuff. That's where, like, a lot in my productions, you hear me doing all of the fat lady, the skinny man, everybody. And that's from the church background, and just the inspiration and emotions and feelings that I convey, that's from the church environment. And I think house music has a big extension of that feeling. You know, it's about your own emotions. And I tell often people, when you go in and to create, you should always give you, and you should never be somebody else. It's really important because we are all unique in our own right, and nobody can give what you or me can give. And then when we get together and do something, we create something totally unique that nobody else can do. So why fear that? Never fear being creative and giving yourself.
Let's zoom back a little bit to when you first started singing records. So you mentioned you sang in the church.
Mm-hmm.
When did you first start singing records?
God, I remember 5 years old, I was singing to everybody. I remember aunts, and a lot in the urban families, you do these house gatherings where it might be at Minnie's house one day, then it's at Martha's house the next week, and you hop around and they have fish fries and card games and everything, and then there's somebody that they always select to pick the music out. And it's like, boy, pick that. You know how to put them songs together. You're going to line them up. And so a lot of my inspiration probably came from aunts and cousins that selected me to pick the music, and that stayed in me. And just as a child, I was always trying to put a group together, a collective. I'd meet you in the neighborhood, man, you can play some drums, man, what you can do? And so I was always trying to put together a unit or something, whether it be a vocal unit or a group. that's just instinctively been inside of me from a child. You know, it was a great, beyond any negative thing that could happen in my environment, me seeing people all together happy removed me from that section of what was going on in the environment. So that's something that's naturally been instilled in me, that, wait, if I keep focusing on this area where I can make people happy, maybe I'll get out of this environment into another environment, which is, you know, instilled in me too, the ability to want to travel and meet other cultures and people without fear.
And Nat, how did you get into music production and playing music in general?
I got into playing music from, I wasn't into computer games, and I loved to be outside riding my bike, playing football and all the rest. And I think, I know my dad had one of those towers with everything, cassette deck, record player, radio, all in ones. And I used to play records on there, scratched a few, until I got rewarded. A pair of turntables when I finished school. And I had a record collection from before, buying during school, going to record shops, buying dancehall and all the rest. And then me and another cousin of mine taught ourselves how to DJ. And then from there, just got into it as a hobby and just enjoyed that. Every week was playing, was getting new records, playing and just exchanging with one another, especially, so there was someone I went to church with who we formed a crew with back in the day. He was MCing, I was DJing, then there were more DJs included, more MCs, and just for fun, just getting together, doing mixtapes and all the rest, until I think around 2010, it was like, okay, I want to start with trying production myself. And then was in the studio and started to learn it and didn't really take it too seriously. Again, it was a hobby, something that I was just enjoying. I didn't ever think it would take me to places until I started traveling for myself and, well, traveling solo, going to different countries and going to clubs there and be like, whoa, people are actually traveling and doing this for their career and for their, even though it's a passion. And that's when I started to take it a bit more seriously. Okay, maybe I do want to pursue this as a career and something that I do want to do for myself. And yeah, started to venture into that avenue. And I think it was around 2016 when I moved to Berlin. I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing now. Started to speak more confidently. I am a DJ. I am a producer. This is what I'm doing. And my job that I was doing, I was treating it as a side job and treating my DJing as the main thing, you know?
Were you trained classically in playing instruments? Were you kind of playing guitar or keys at home?
I used to do piano lessons as a child, so I haven't told my mum this yet in terms of I'm really appreciative for her sending me to piano lessons as a child, because at least now I can work my way around. I know what keys are, I know what sounds out of tune, what doesn't, so it's helped me a lot actually.
Cool. Let's get into the studio now. How did you guys both meet?
Actually, at Soho House, wasn't it? Yeah, I see. Because I'm a member, and he's a member at Soho. But you were working there. I didn't realize. I thought he was just a member hanging out. I was like, oh. And we just gravitated towards each other saying hello, I think, at first. Huh? And then I think you asked me about, you told me about your productions or something. I was like, send me some things. Huh? And then you sent me first, I think, some things. Yes. Then you asked me about recording with you.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
How was your energy in the studio together, working as a unit?
It was great. I went in, it was at Jamie's studio, and we booked a session in there to record.
Who's Jamie?
Jamie Anderson. Shouts out to Jamie. And we went there, and it was just great. Robert came in, and funny story is, remember you wrote the track to a track that was already released of mine. Yeah. I was like, Robert, that's the wrong track you've actually written the tracks to. Robert was like, yeah, don't worry, I got you. Within 10 minutes, Robert had a whole nother song written. I was like, damn, this is how the pros do it. And we recorded it immediately that day. It was almost like one take. I was like, whoa, okay.
But that's where you respect each other, and you know, I think it should be natural. I think the worst kind of experiences is when it's pressure and ego put in place there. And again, I come up from Studio 54 on up, and I've seen egos, you know, in studios where it was really unnecessary, you know, and like, no matter, I could tell you that, but then it pulls me right back to present day. No matter what I've learned or who I've been around, I respect a new person as well as an old person equally and the same. We walk in the door side by side together. The more relaxing that I make you feel, the more you're going to want to give me all of you, and vice versa. And that's what it's about. And I think us working together was a good example of that. You know, that we just, you know, instantly we respected each other, and, you know, it's like, I got to try to pull out something instantly that I hope that he'll like. And, you know, I'll also tell people, I don't try, I do. Either it works or it doesn't work.
It definitely did work instantly, I could tell you that. It was a good session. I
Grateful,
definitely learned a lot,
yeah.
just witnessing. I learned through seeing and doing, right? So seeing
And the
Jamie at
people
work
love it.
and
That's
yeah,
the ending
there we go.
result. The people love it, and you know they love the video you did, and they love the track. You know, both versions. It's like I played both versions. I played your version. I did the other one live at the Jazz Cafe with on
the
the
one
jazz.
with
Yeah, so I played both of them. You know,
Oh,
so
wicked.
thing, and people love both versions. You know, I get comments back and forth about both versions. So I think that's the root and the main ending result, that we're doing this for people, because people have put us in whatever position we've achieved and we're in this industry.
Kind of answered the question, but I'm going to ask anyway. How do you guys drop the ego in studios and creative sessions and put the music first?
Don't come in the door with no ego, and you have nothing to drop.
It's a human experience at the end of the day. The same way we're sitting here and communicating now, someone said the other day that, and it really stuck with me, that no matter who it is, no matter where we are, we all want community and a sense of community. And regardless of whether that's what we're seeking or not, that is at the end of the day, the ultimate goal of human beings, in my opinion, to love one another, to be in this shared experience together, and just to enjoy life as best we can, because without that, we're nothing essentially, right? So essentially, I go into the studio with friends. I don't go in there with people I don't really know anyway, so that's how I approach it.
There's a real joy in creating music that others can vibe to and celebrate.
I think so, because essentially you have to enjoy the music first, right? Because you're not creating it for anyone else. Essentially, when I'm making my music, it's my way of releasing my feelings, my emotions. I might go into the studio upset, and those feelings go into the track. I might go into the studio happy as hell, and again, that goes into the track. Not to say that if I'm upset, you would hear that in the music, but maybe
Some
you
of
will.
those tracks are great tracks.
Exactly.
You know, them bluesy ones broke down.
I love those tracks.
So yeah, the emphasis, pour your heart into it, huh? Yeah. Because somebody else out there may be feeling that same way, and you lift them up by them hearing you do the same emotion they're going through.
True.
Great stuff. So Robert, your voice is very adaptable, from working with Fotek, who's known normally as a jungle producer, Larry Heard, and even your first album, Rhythms and Me. What's home base for you sonically?
God, I can work with anyone from any dynamic. I've had 11-piece band before. I've worked with orchestras, you know, naturally by ear. I've never had a lesson, but I can go in and I can correct music just naturally by ear, you know. And I think that's just from years and years of working with all different types of musicians and groups and scenarios I've been involved in. It's just naturally, instinctively inside of me to fuse with an individual. And I think the key thing that you said earlier, it starts with love. Love of creating, love of people, you know, and that's the extension of your happiness. I've often said to people, too, one of the main things in life that matters to me is happiness. No matter what you do and what you create or develop, the ending result should be about happiness and you radiating and giving that happiness that you've received back to others.
And do you play instruments as well? Are you
naturally
trained?
by ear? I can make up melodies or drums, anything. I don't have to listen to nothing to create a track. I can go into a studio, a blank canvas, and create something like that. And
Where's that skill?
I don't try, I do. And I work often with Jamie Anderson, that he mentioned earlier. He dreamed about working with me as a child, he said, and then he met me. And so we're constantly learning from each other, but just like vocally, I think I'm a master with vocals, you know, and how to put together a vocal pattern of something, you know. And again, I feed off of what the instrumentation is about, you know, what the musician has given me instrumentation-wise. And I just gel instantly into it, and I go for my first instinctive idea. And sometimes I can do that in 5 or 10 minutes. I can go in and just like, okay, I might have written something, and I'll go in with Jamie, and I'm like, scrap that, just give me the mic, and bam. And he's like, okay, that's a wrap. In just 5 minutes. And I think it's something maybe spiritually just guided from above somewhere, just, you know, instilled or sent to me, but it's natural. I just go naturally for something. in hopes that it'll work. You know, it's not like I know that it's going to work, but, you know, I've been lucky and fortunate that, you know, with that approach, I always come out with a result.
That was my next question, actually, asking about where that inspiration comes from, and if you had any mentors growing
A
up.
higher source. I think it's, you know, I grew up in the church environment, but a lot of these ideologies, once you really delve deep into the roots of where it comes from and all of that, you're like, okay, I'll just say it like that. Nothing against the church, but again, you know, I won't even go there because there might be hammering and somebody might see this and ready to attack me. So, but again, I don't have to read a book to treat you with the same respect that I want to come back to me, in short. You know, and again, love is love, and, you know, I know that I go in and I do this for love, and I want to radiate and give love and receive love back. So, you know, I try to stay on that realm and sense of thinking, and I believe in vibrational levels, and once you're at a certain level, you open doors that are there waiting for you to be receptive to and receive from. You know, so it's about killing the noise and keeping your mind and open and alert to possibilities that are there waiting for you.
I'm a big believer how music works on a vibrational level, not only physically and spiritually, but also actually, you know, there are waves in music which really affects us as humans.
It hurts in different chord sequences. You can play certain minor to major notes that evoke sadness or happiness too. It's from another angle too, it's not just from the vocals, also chord progression-wise.
Music speaks. So Nat, apart from legend, what drew you to Robert?
His voice, essentially, right? And just the way in which he invokes, again, we're talking about feelings and emotions through the music. You can't hear a Robert Owens track and not feel a certain way, especially on the dance floor, be it R&B, be it house music. You feel a certain way. And I think he's got one of those unique voices that are very gravitational. It pulls you closer to the people you're around or the speakers, or just, it's incredible. And when I met Robert, of course, when I met Robert, especially the way he embraced me and was like, yeah, sure, we can do a track together, was for someone of his stature, it's like, whoa, okay, just very easy to approach. As we mentioned before, no ego, was just like, okay, cool, if this is what we're doing, let's do it. And yeah.
Yes, I think you should keep your mind open to wanting to learn too as well. You know, I think that's where I've been drawn to the younger generation constantly, because I'm receptive and want to learn. You know, as well as giving, it's vice versa, give and take. And I think no matter, as long as you live, you should keep that kind of attitude, and thought, and emotions.
Where do you both feel most at home creating, and what role does environment play in your music?
I feel most at home creating. I mean, I create on the go, so wherever I am, I get inspiration from everywhere. I could be on the streets, I'm hearing something, someone might have said something, and in my mind I'm thinking that could work well in a track, so I might record it on my phone. I might have gone out dancing, and I'm hearing what a DJ's playing, and I'm like, yo, I might step into the corner and record that on my phone as a voice note, right? So everywhere I am, I get inspiration. I might even go home after this and be like, yo, that's something that I now want to take forward with me.
I think I'm the same, you know, too, there.
But I feel most at home everywhere, essentially. Everywhere that I find peace is essentially that, right? So, but in terms of creating, in my studio for sure, you know, that's my sacred space. That's a space I treat with the utmost and deepest respect, especially at home with my records, right? You create an environment in which you feel the most comfortable. So, yeah.
And Robert,
and
how
I
about
said
you?
the same. Sometimes I wake up out of dreams. I'm almost in a half state of being awake, and I'm hearing and seeing some words and melodies, and then I'll jump up and get on the phone. I'll snap myself out of it and jump on the phone. Get that melody down before you forget it. So it can come from anywhere in conversations. I've been set with someone and just had conversations. I'll go back and write about that. A lot of things that I've written are about life and about friends and travel, my journey along, you know, this whole musical journey, people that I've met. You know, anything can evoke a feeling to write and create a thought of melodies. And you know, a lot of people hire me for the melodies that I create, not just for the lyrical content. You know, sometimes people have given me like just a root track with just a few different instruments. Then once I put melodies in, then they play chords and stuff around the melodies that I've created lyrically, vocally. I mean.
And Robert, you were saying that some of your most well-known tracks were even created in living rooms and not only in studios.
Yeah, bring down the walls. They're created in the living room. The doorbell rings, and we're like, it's one take. A lot of things back in that early stages of house music where the chords ain't even in key and everything, and people heard them in the clubs, and it became an anthem. So it reverts back to that thought, too, again, that I stated earlier, that music is a feeling. If it's something that makes you feel good, 9 times out of 10, it may make others feel good. And if you're working together with individuals, I have aha moments where we both sitting there playing, 3 of us, we playing around with something. Then somebody will hit a chord, we hit a drum pad, and everybody go, ah! And I'm like, get that down, record, hit save, so.
Happy accidents are really important in the studio.
Well, a lot of house was happy accidents. They couldn't even replay a lot of the sequences that they created because they were learning on the spot. When the 303, 909, 808, 7, all of those drum machines came, I was right there with a lot of people in the house, and we just playing around, and somebody hit something, and it's like recorded right then and there, and they couldn't do it again because they were learning on the spot. Later, when they learned more about how to play drums properly and chords and stuff, they learned some of those patterns. But a lot of those early artists weren't even musicians. They were DJs, too, as well. And it's a big difference working with a DJ opposed to working with a musician, because a musician would hear me singing in GF and whatever. But a DJ sometimes wouldn't hear that if he doesn't have no kind of musical background, and I've worked with both dynamics.
Is there a magic in working with producers or even genres in the early days where it's full of happy accidents and there aren't really any rules to a genre? Like, obviously there are rules now in house music. It's got to be a certain tempo. It needs a 4/4 kick drum. But in the beginning, there weren't really any rules that were established. Is there a magic in that?
No, I think back then we were like kids in a candy store. It wasn't even looking at it as magic. It was looking at it from a perspective. You had big artists like Larry Levan, Frankie Knuckles, Ron Hardy, that were playing salsa orchestra, full orchestral pieces, and then they put on your 4-track against those pieces. So you're like, wow, that's my track. They playing that against that. So I think it was just a feeling of excitement and happiness about being heard. So I don't think we thought like this is magical or nothing in that respect. And to date, I never thought about it from that perspective of something being magical. It's just being grateful that I'm involved in a area of doing something that I enjoy, that I can give back to life. I think it's just being grateful for that being something that's happening within my life at this present moment as well as it happened in the past.
And you mentioned one of your classic tracks, Bring Down the Walls, was recorded in a living room, I believe.
Yeah. One take.
One take?
Yeah, he just called me, I got a beat, and I'm like, okay, I got some words I think could go there. Give me the mic. We're gonna bring down the walls.
What inspired that track?
I'm natural. Like what Larry heard, I think that's the other thing that he really enjoyed about me, that like he would call me up at any time and just like, come over and listen to this track or that track. And I would instantly add words to the music. I was just natural. I just knew that this goes with that and that goes with this. And he just agreed with me, and we just ended up with a whole a pile of music at one point. We look back at, but it was always kind of that relationship where he'd play me something and I'd add the words to it.
For me, that track comes out of resistance and unity. Is that message still relevant now in house music? Resistance and unity.
Resistance and unity. Well, I definitely go with the unity part. Unification is very important, and coming together, the family values of things. I think that was a theme from past to present for me. Resistance, if anything, would be against the machine, the unnecessary things that you deal with legality-wise and dealing with managements and different people, you know, where we've been ripped off and from those kind of angles. If it's any resistance, it's from that angle. But from the other side, it's still the same emphasis: love, unification, uniting.
And Nat, have you got any thoughts on house music being a vehicle for resistance and unity?
Yeah, I think it is, because it draws people from all different diasporas, all parts of the world, all different universes, if you may, onto this one dance floor, is my take on it, right? And when I look in the crowd and see who I'm playing to, it's not just white, it's not just black, it's not just people from everywhere. And I think you don't necessarily get that unless you're living in major cities, right? Apart from if you're going to a festival, for example, you might meet people from everywhere, but where else do you really get to interact with so many people across the board? And I find I've created a lot of my friends from everywhere on the dance floor. I can name a few clubs where I've met a lot of people, right? But I find that's where I find the most unity.
And Robert, you mentioned like shady managers and people resistance against the machine. What have you learned in your time working in the music business that's different now to how you operate?
To not fear having a voice, you know, and speaking your truth and wanting to be unique, and letting no one take that away from you, and, you know, always try to gravitate towards people that value and appreciate you for giving your uniqueness back to the industry, you know, and always question someone that doesn't openly want to help you and see you achieve and be the best you that you can be.
Now, have you got any industry?
Y'all keep it going. I got to run to the bathroom. Sorry.
Go ahead. Nat, have you got any experience about the industry that you've learned in your time working in it?
Yeah, just trust and believe in yourself. At the end of the day, you're doing what you want to do because you feel it, right? And I don't think anyone can tell you you shouldn't or should not or should or whatever. If you have it within you and you feel you have it, do it, try it, and trust people within your closer circle to be open and honest with you. And also from some experiences I've had, if you've got something in your gut feeling, that's your guide. Yeah. Trust and believe in that. Yeah, don't go against that, because the moment you do, you're going to find yourself in places where you're like, damn, I should have listened to that. Even if you want to give that person the benefit of the doubt, sure, do it. But you'll learn from that. But trust that gut instinct. It is really your guide.
As Robert is in the bathroom, my next question was involving him. Has anybody got any questions here they want to ask Nat while we're waiting?
Don't be shy.
And if not, I can get into another question. What's your process making music?
I normally start my day with doing admin bits at home. I'm always listening to music, so that's definitely a good start. My studio's not too far from where I live, so I ride in, and I enjoy that process of going to the studio.
That's a luxury, having a studio not in your place.
In this day and age, yes, and I'm so grateful for that. And when I get there, I just jam, see how I feel. I might even not be in the mood to make music, but I might listen to stuff, and I like to challenge myself. So instead of starting with that 4/4 kick drum, I might start with a bass line that I've got recorded in my phone, for example. I might hear something along the way that has triggered something in my mind that I want to try out in the studio. And I'm mostly using hardware, so there's always something. When I turn my machines off, they're off. Yeah, it doesn't go back to a standard preset. So I always just toy around and see where I end up, really.
One of Rick Rubin's tips, if you're struggling with writer's block, is to imagine you're writing for somebody else. How do you deal with writer's block if that occurs?
Something someone's taught me recently when I was in the studio whilst touring is that if there's a track you really like, take that track and try to remix it. So you're not essentially ripping that track off, you're just using that same track and writing over it. So you might cut out some of the high end, but you might write a high end on your keys or whatever, or you might take out some of the low end, write a new bass, and then start to trickle on top of that, and you've got a whole new track actually. So you're essentially writing a remix, but it's an original track.
Good tip. Question for both of you. What have you learned from each other as artists, people, even a student and teacher, if you would call it as such?
What have we learned from each other? Another extension of happiness, I guess. That's a good one, huh? And learned different ways of production. Even coming to your studio, seeing you work on the videos, like, wow, you know, so I think, you know, I'm, again, forever learning, you know, and being grateful, again, to be drawn to the younger generation of producers You know, I think I work with younger people way more than any of the older guys from the scene. They've kind of faded off, and you know, some of them I feel like they're almost stuck in a loop where younger artists, you know, they're more energetic and enthusiastic, which helps me. You know, so I think if anything, you've encouraged me to like open up more, even within the production of what we did. You know, it's like my reaction was a reaction of your reaction.
I've just learned to stay true to the game, right? As Robert is one of the pioneering voices, you can last as long in the game as you want to, depending on your attitude. Short experiences might jade that, but that's not your only truth. You still hold your truth. You still know where you want to go. You still know what you want to do, and stay true to that. That's a lot of what I've learned. And as much as we all have our experiences with whatever we have in our world, as much as what I'm trying to say is you need to heal yourself before you try to heal others through your music. And I've learned a lot of that through Robert as well.
So house music has been globalized, commodified. How do we protect it and keep it in its roots of gospel energy, black expression, while keeping it evolving? Because it's very easy to keep it as it was in the old days. How do we keep house at its true essence of love and soul, but keeping it evolving?
I think you can't really change the overall viewpoint of society, but you can stay true to yourself. It's something similar to what you were just stating there. You know, I think individually, artist-wise, it's important to stay true to yourself and what you want to convey and give back to this system. As long as you stay in that lane, you know, you're one of the soldiers that's helping keep the system alive from a certain perspective. But you can't change the viewpoint and thoughts of generalized all of society, I don't think.
I think also you are what you attract, right? So essentially when I'm playing, what I think is important is that my friend circle, we're all pretty much aligned in some way of the sort. And once they're coming to my parties and extensions of their friends are coming as well, we all are in unison of our thoughts and what we want to purvey out to the world. I don't really hang around with people that don't have the same sort of interests and beliefs as me. Sure, we have different beliefs, but we all want to travel in the same direction in terms of love, unity, and just coming together. So I think once I try to hold that message, others around me also know how I think or what I believe in, and we try to push it forward like that, you know. I think, and in that, I think we're changing the industry, you know, because I never would have thought coming from London, being raised in Northwest London, Harlesden, I would be sitting in front of people talking now, working with the likes of Robert Owen, traveling the world playing my music, right? Young black boys didn't really have that sort of vision coming from where I am, being stopped by police all the time. So I'm not going to let that jade my experience in life, right? I'm going to push that forward, and I think in that we change things, you know?
Being a fan of house music, living in London, was it an anomaly being a young black guy into house music and not into, like, you know, the obvious grime, etc.?
Yes, but I think a lot, especially when garage and all that was coming up, a lot of people didn't realize that derived from house music, right? Jungle music also was an extension of that.
Drum and bass,
you know what I mean? So like all of that kind of all came to, and actually a lot of the fashion that were, you know, pushed by the blacks growing up came from was intertwined with music as well. So it wasn't so distant until we got a bit older. I say, I don't know, when I was in coming out of school, 15, 16, that's when a big separation happened, you know.
Why was that, do you think? Because obviously back in the day when I was growing up, it was house and garage that was the main genre, and now it was R&B, hip hop, etc., etc. What was that split?
I think a lot of violence used to happen in clubs back then. I'm not putting it primarily on that, but I think
especially
at one point,
with the drum and bass,
right?
There was a lot of violence, and because again, I come in there in the '80s, but even you had hip hop clubs back. Like I think the first house tour was like '83 or something. I was on that tour with Dave Levy, Frankie Knuckles, Marshall Jefferson, Kevin Irvin. That went on to be with Club Nouveau. A bunch of artists, but we were doing hip-hop clubs that were playing house back then as well, but the drum and bass clubs is where the violence came in. It was somewhere down, it turned into like, I'll forget even trying to remember a name. I was there in the 80s coming up into it, so I've seen it kind of change and everything. But it was interesting that you could go into a hip-hop R&B club and they were playing house. And then you go into a jungle club and people want to fight you. And then you move on later in life into the 90s, you go to somewhere like Fabric, it looked like they come out for a fight, and it's supposed to be house music.
I think a lot of that is jungle as well as drum and bass. That was a movement back in the day. That was like a rude boy era, right? So again, fashion came with that, and it attracted a certain crowd and a certain audience. And I think with that, then came the violence, right? It was no longer going out to have fun, as you may, but it was more about to be seen. We're in the latest trainers and have on the latest Moschino. Do you remember those loud Moschino jeans? And, you know, so I think when you're going to the club and it's more about that than the music, you're going to attract a certain crowd that then is like, okay, clubs are seeing fights occur and all this, and it's like, okay, well, R&B doesn't have that sort of crowd. Hip hop doesn't have that, so we don't want house at the club or garage at the club. We just want hip hop and R&B or dancehall maybe.
Maybe
And
it
I
was a
think lot of
crackdown
that's-
on ecstasy too.
Could have been. Could have been all of that.
Or people would drop a pill and, man, I love you now. I couldn't stand you when I came in the door, but now I love you, man.
Robert, what was your experience actually of living in London around those kind of club times? Obviously, you experienced drum and bass, jungle, living in London. Have you guys spoken about any shared experiences of the UK club scene and culture?
Not really. We didn't really speak about that, but I'm sure we both have plenty of experiences from
Only
London.
about Jazz
from,
Cafe. When you were playing Jazz Cafe, we did speak about that briefly.
Yeah,
about you
yeah.
wanted to have the drop mic as well, though, right?
Yeah, and they would, and they
What's
wouldn't
that
do
story?
it, yeah. I asked them to put a microphone in the middle and a mic on the stand. Oh, we don't think we could do that. And then the first show sold out, and they was like, the show sold out, so let's do an extra show. And so there's like they challenged me to do both shows on the same day within 20 minutes apart. 90-minute shows, but we did it, you know. So
when was that?
About 2 weeks ago?
Oh, recently, wow.
It's a recent one. But again, I had an 11-piece band in London. I toured with Pete Tong with an orchestra. Dave Beer, we did an orchestra and leads.
And Cold Cut, you did that Cold Cut tour as well that we spoke
yeah, and
about.
the Cold Cut tour. I've got a chance to do some places and experiences that I never would have thought was possible. You know, and that's the other beauty I think about house music and being, like you said, being able to travel to all of these different places, you know, and people being receptive and open, you know, to receiving what you're giving or where you're coming from artistically.
Speaking of creating, how do you both see the role of AI in the creative spirit in 2025?
That's scary. I literally talking to a friend about that today. I think it's scary as much as, I don't know, we should all embrace it. It's not going anywhere. We're very far deep into it now. I don't see how I can involve it in what I do now because I've trained my ear to a certain way. I make a lot of I make all of my music using hardware machines, so it's not software based. I don't know where we're going with it. I hope it's in the right direction and we're not using it to make music, which we already are, and I hope we get away from that, but yeah.
But they could never duplicate the full essence of your character and what you can give, and that's the beautiful thing. Like you're saying, you have your distinct way of creating and doing something. And I've said this to people, like I have AI vocal programs where the AI studied me for I had to put in almost 2 hours worth of vocals of me doing all different textures, speaking and everything, and it still couldn't duplicate me and my character. You know, so I think we're pretty safe, and, you know, just our physical live being, you know, our presence in front of an audience, I think we're pretty safe for the moment.
I think as a DJ, I'm hopefully pretty good. Hopefully everyone still keeps coming out to see me play, and the essence of clubs remains, right? In regards to producers, I've heard some pretty damn good AI tracks.
Yeah, I have too, though.
You know what I mean? So
I played a few that I was shocked. But it's not as good. Okay, for instance, someone sent me a remix of Lolita Holloway, Love Sensation. It's good, but you can't touch her original voice. That's still missing for a real connoisseur of you know, that knows history. But there's some material that's just as good, though. So
and it's very early for AI right now. You know, there was a big backlash back in the day, I'm sure you remember, against drum machines and synthesizers and even sampling. Do you think there's a very similar backlash against AI now, and then give it 10 years, it'll be really part of the system?
I don't think there's a huge backlash in terms of the way we consume music today, right? I feel like a lot of consumers of music just want to hit play when they're on the go, and I think music has devalued a lot, especially when we look at the likes of Spotify and all the rest, right? They've even got their own AI artists, not even
Yeah,
playlists, they've got their own AI
artists. Yeah, that's
right?
shocking. Yeah, you can create an AI artist.
So to the normal consumer, and there's no shade or offense to anybody, but if you just want to put on an easygoing jazz mix or whatever, which I've heard my damn self and was fooled by it, you're gonna think, oh, this sounds great, but when you look at the artist, it's not a real artist. So
And they're getting record deals.
better than what we have, right? So
Yeah.
it's
an
scary.
insult.
It's scary. It's really scary.
Robert, how would you have felt if Nat had used AI for this collaboration?
If it was a result that we were both happy with, right on. For me, anything that works and the public enjoys it is the objective, you know? No matter what you use or how you do it or which way you use it, which fashion or form you use something in, the ending result is about making people happy and, you know, getting a result that makes you happy as well as the public, you know, that you're entertaining happy.
And Nat, you were saying that on the phone the other day, that spirituality is unseen science and science is seen spirituality. Do you want to expand on that? Because that's something that AI can't do, right?
Yeah, it's a book I was reading. Forgot the author's name, but it's a great book for anyone that's interested. And I think music is a feeling, right? Just like the wind, you can't see it or feel it, or you can feel it, but you can't actually see it unless you see the kind of leaves going up in the air. And I think that is something that I hold dear to me and that I believe, you know, we should stick with. And not you don't have to believe in that. That's what I believe in. But that's something that I think keeps me going in what I'm doing, right? And as you mentioned, Robert, music is a feeling. You feel it and you go with that feeling. So that's how I see it.
What are you guys working on next?
Well, God, I have a label, Musical Directions, and I'm constantly evolving with the label. I have a good 5 or 6 artists lined up for release, and I'm not saying a whole lot until everything pulls into fruition there, but I have a few things lined up there. I'm constantly traveling almost every week, every other week. I'm flying to some part of the world. And I have 40 years of Robert Owens going on touring like with this theme. So some of those dates will be with the band and some dates will be me just still DJing. And then I have a techno circuit of things about to evolve in the New York area with the artist Groove Creator, who's also one of the artists off of the Musical Directions label. And then I have house dates lined up where I'm just doing my normal theme of playing across the board from disco to techno. And I guess just keeping it rolling and keeping it creating, and people still are coming in asking me to be featured on their albums. So I have a whole list of those projects lined up. So sometimes I'm swamped and overwhelmed, but I'm grateful that, you know, it's ever evolving and things are continually happening.
And that yourself?
A few tours that I'm trying to work on for early next year, and yeah, looking forward to those. I've also got a few projects in the pipeline. I've been in the studio quite a bit. I'm going to send you some stuff in the new year.
That's what I was alluding to, if there's any more collaborations coming up from you
We'd love
guys.
to collaborate with you again.
Yeah, I think
definitely.
after the last experience, I think that was a good one, and I'm definitely I'm going in with a lot more knowledge and experience now. I'm looking forward to challenging the way I've been making music recently as well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more of that, actually.
Any questions? Open up to you guys. Do you want to come forward? Do you want to grab this mic?
Hi, I'm a young DJ and I'm moving into production, and I just would love to ask you both about what kind of the process of you becoming a producer was like, and how long did it take for you to kind of say, you know, the world's ready to hear this? what did it take to kind of give yourself the permission to start to release stuff out into the world?
Well, for me, like in the early days, I said before house music even came in, I was a DJ in Chicago, starting at house parties, clubs. I had a residency in a pub in Chicago 5 nights a week. I was there every day playing. And then in college universities, I started playing there. And so then eventually I met Larry Hurd, he was in a band, I think, at the time, and then he went on to start producing, and the early drum machines came in, 707s, 303, 909s, etc. Juno keyboards, 106, etc. All of these units came in. We started buying these different units. We had rack units where you could put slot cards in, vintage cards and everything. My first experience in learning about production, I bought like 15,000 pounds worth of equipment. I didn't know how to play anything and just sat there some nights getting drunk, putting down number sequences. And then one night I was just there playing. It's like, oh, fuck, that's a melody. And then I started recording, and I just learned, and I read manuals, and I taught myself. I was in and out of studios consistently working with different musicians and people, and they wouldn't teach me anything. Even a musician would say, well, if I show you, then you're not going to pay me no more to hire me to come and work with you. I was like, that's stupid. It's like the two of us, the more knowledge that we acquire together, the more productive our productions are going to be in my head. But, just the frustration of no one wanting to show me, I was like, I'm going to prove them wrong. Even learning how to DJ, you're coming up in the circuit in Chicago around Frankie Knuckles and a lot of these people, I wasn't getting a response of help. And so out of frustration, I went and bought turntables and a mixer, and I sat there and I taught myself. So the end, and this I can go on about that, but condensing it down with passion and determination, you can achieve and create anything that you want to create and achieve within this world.
I don't think there's any sort of time frame with regards to making music. It took me a while. It took me about 10 years until I was actually confident. But don't let me project onto you. There's some producers I've heard stuff that have made within 6 months, and I'm like, damn, you just started. So within your circles, if there's people you love and trust, and they also love and trust you, send them your music. If you're listening to stuff when you go out and you think, actually, it sounds like this, don't be afraid to send stuff to labels at the end of the day, right? Hopefully no one can offend you in saying, hey, look, this is not for us right now, but keep sending us stuff. Just have confidence within yourself, right? And I think if it's something you believe in and you want to do, keep doing it, right? Like I said, there's some producers that have surprised the hell out of me with what they've created within 6 months, just getting Ableton and learning it. And it's taken me much longer, but we all have our different paths, and yeah, just stay true to your sound, and I believe you'll get there.
Yeah, and music is a feeling. If it's something that makes you feel good, 9 times out of 10, it may make another feel good, and that can happen instantly, not even 6 months. You could be just sitting there, go home right now and get on the computer and make up something, and if it made you feel good, and like, not saying if you're around the right collective of people and you let them hear it, they're going to instantly say, yeah, man, you got something going on there. So trust that the friendships that you create and make within this industry as well, and make sure that you're around people that believe in you and support you and encourage you and push you. That's another thing, it should be no room for envy or jealousy.
And be specific when you ask for feedback. I've sent tracks to people before and they've ripped the track to shreds. And I'm like, that's not exactly the feedback I was asking for. I was asking, is there anything I can, improve, or what do you think about this? So instead of saying, hey, what do you think about this track on a whole? If that's what you want, sure, but try and be specific with the feedback, and don't take offense to what people say. A lot of people will project onto you what they don't have within themselves, and actually would tear down your things rather than saying, oh, actually, maybe have you tried this or tried that or the other? So just look for things like that, and don't get offended by what people say. It's not a personal thing. It might be something they've got going on within themselves rather than trying to help you move forward with yours.
We've got time for one more question, I believe. Any other questions from the audience? No? Okay, I'll get into a couple more. Sorry, was that, please come ahead.
I saw a little.
Might work now. Trying to try the mic again? Nope, not working.
I just would like to know quickly what's your take on this future generation of producer, and do you think they will still need label at some point, and what a music label can bring to those people?
For anybody online, what's our take on the future generations of producers, and if we still need record labels right now, and what labels can do for people? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I think, sure, we still do need labels, but essentially what is a label? A label is just me putting a name on something and saying it's water label and that's it, right? Yes and no. With the rise of places like Bandcamp and all the rest, it strips away from that. And I think it's always important, though, to have good mentors in your corner, not necessarily label managers that will just take a lot of your rights away and not give you fair deals. I'm not saying that's everybody, some people. Yeah, we do still need them, but also you can also just create your own with your own circle of friends and people around you. Like I said, with the rise of Bandcamp and just the accessibility of putting stuff on digital platforms or pressing stuff to vinyl, using CD Baby, for example, there's also all of these easy outlets to do it. So yeah, don't just rely on the label to believe in your stuff and want to put it out. If you want to do it yourself, put it out. At the end of the day, there's no mistakes. There's only stuff you can learn from, I say.
You nailed it.
Just as we get into the last question, what does legacy mean to you both now?
Legacy? I don't know. I don't think about it.
Because you've got a strong legacy, right? You've done so much for music. Do you sit back and think about what you've done?
No, I think it's just ever evolving. You know, it's like, God, people tell me more about what I've done than I realize, you know, what's going on. I tell people I am a machine. I'm just constantly creating, and, you know, the hopes that I create things that bring some joy and happiness to people, but creating the thought of my legacy, I'm still, you know, ever evolving, you know, and it's, you know, I don't realize half of what's there. I'm out playing it. I might be dancing to something and somebody say, "That's you, ain't it?" And it's like, oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have an answer to what I feel like legacy is, apart from your true character, right, and what you decide to leave behind. As when I'm playing, especially as a DJ, I want for you to leave that dance floor feeling a certain way. Is that my legacy? Perhaps, right? Like releasing of all inhibitions and feeling a bit more free and connecting to certain people. In regards to my productions, when I'm dead and gone, they're gonna outlive me. So I want to put out stuff that is a reflection of myself, be it stuff that's really not good, stuff that is great. It's all a journey, right? So I feel like it's part of that.
I'm still learning and evolving, so I can't really think, well, what would a legacy for me leaving behind something, because I'm still moving forward and learning. So the thought of leaving is not there.
Good, great. Thanks for your time, gentlemen. Really appreciate it.
Thank you both, and thank all of you as well. Grateful for all of you.
Thank you so much also from my side. This was so inspiring. I think we couldn't have we could not have a better final to this stage. It was so inspiring, and it was really so up to the core of the music and the love, the feeling that music is inspiring all of us. And I also want to thank you, our wonderful audience, all of our guests via the live stream. This stage is now closing content-wise, but we are opening music-wise. So I hope to see you around at all of our stages that we are going to dedicate to the topics that we talked about, to the music. And yeah, my name is Mia. It was my pleasure to be your stage host today. See you hopefully later or tomorrow.
Dum dum